Afternoon, prenoon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from a very special location, D.C., Washington, D.C., the heart of empire, the belly of the beast. We are live. We're alive. And I don't even know where to begin as far as my personal news goes. My hair is a mess. I'm a mess. I haphazardly put everything together. But we're alive regardless. And this is I'm going to get right into it. Coming to you live from Washington, D.C. With a dramatic air quality alert. Okay? Let's just start there. Horrible air. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. But folks, yeah, sorry, eh? Yeah, Canada, we will never forgive you for your crimes. Anyway, you've been farting it up. No, I have not been farting it up. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're alive. And oh my God, do I have so much to tell you. So this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. And it's chud-ass loser time. You already know, you've probably already figured it out by now that I'm a goddamn chud-ass loser. Right? I'm a goddamn chud-ass loser all the way, every day. Last night I ended the broadcast, as I normally do. And after I ended the broadcast, after listening to Donald Trump explain to us how the Chinese not only stole the election when he was president, but then somehow Donald Trump was able to recover the stolen election when Biden was president. And then also simultaneously, Donald Trump figured out that the Chinese made everybody hate Donald Trump. After doing all that, I went in and I did 2 hours of podcasting. And it was phenomenal podcasting. Not gonna lie, I think Hasan listened to Nick Androsi's PSA. Who is Nick Androsi's? The answer is no, I did not do that. Anyway, but oh my God, you know what I just forgot? You know what I just remembered? Guys, it's a very special day. It's a very special day. And it's one that we celebrate every single week. I didn't even realize that it's actually, because I'm all over the place. Guys, it's fucking Friday.
You know we finally here, right?
That's right.
It's Friday then. It's Saturday,
freaking
Sunday.
Friday.
What? It's Friday then.
What are we doing?
Saturday, Sunday, what?
It's freaking Friday, and we celebrate the Fridays every single Friday. We call it Friday, we call it Friday, whatever you want to call it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a celebration of the joy that we feel for all of our forefathers, foremothers who fought long and hard in the labor union movement. Anarchist, trade unionists, communists, socialists alike united and fought back and delivered to us this wonderful liberty, a sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose. On Fridays, the weekend, if you like the 5-day work week and you want to make it a 4-day work week, thank a union, ladies and gentlemen. And as always, that's the reason why we celebrate. We celebrate and carry the flame in very meaningful ways, very different ways than you've gotten to know on this Friday, as every other Friday. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, you already know what's up. I am coming to you live from an area that has been devastated by, what is this? Hasan Piker is making a big mistake. What the fuck is this? What is it? Okay, we'll watch it later. Why can't you scrutinize Russia like you do Israel? Wait, what? Why can't I scrutinize Russia like I do Israel? Buddy, I've never defended Russia. What are we talking about? I do scrutinize Russia like I do Israel. I scrutinize Russia like I scrutinize America. Anyway, since you don't have the soundboard, you can do the fuzz in your mouth. No. All right, so yeah, Canadians have actually cooked us, but we're all in it together because we're all in this world together, unfortunately, and therefore, you know, they've cooked themselves. We are cooking the planet. We're all responsible for it. This room echoes, by the way. Yeah, it's a big room. What gives? You know, thanks, Canada. Shouts out to Canada. Thanks, Canada. I got a fucking whole face full of it when I got in. I'll tell you all about it. So yeah, this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. And here's the thing. Here is the thing. So what is this? Tom Tiffany criticized Francesca Hong for appearing with Hasan Piker, but a Republican appeared on a podcast with a host who made anti-Semitic remarks of his own. I didn't make any anti-Semitic remarks. What the fuck is happening, man? Okay, anyway, whatever. We'll get to that in a second. Because, yeah, the Hong momentum is real. There's a lot happening in Wisconsin. I'm all over the place. I just need to explain to you my personal news. Can we go through that? Can I go through my personal news, please? Is that all right? Is that appropriate? Can we do that one time? Can we do that for the one time? Okay, great. Everybody take a deep pause. Everybody lock in. We have a lot to cover today. I did the podcast. I saw a friend of mine who's finally back home, you know, in Los Angeles. And after that, I went to sleep, woke up at freaking 4 a.m., put on this goddamn suit because I'm here for only like 2 days. Fix your gate? What do you mean? What's wrong with the noise gate? Did your personal news involve illicit drugs? No, because I'm a chud-ass loser. I don't have anything fun going on in my life. Why would there be any drugs in my life? I'm a loser. Is this better? I can't tell. It's like I'm in the room with you. Okay, good. That's a good thing. All right, so what the fuck is this? Fix your life? Asia After Dark? Dude, I swear to God, I'm gonna put you on a motherfucking rocket ship. I swear to God, dude. What do you want me to do? Fucking end the... Do you want me to just end the broadcast right now and go to the Smithsonian National Museum of Asian Art to go to Asia After Dark? Is that what you want me to do? All right, bye, guys. Yeah, that would be stupid, don't you think? Shut the hell up. Shut up. Enough suggestions. Anyway, can we see the reflecting pool? Oh my God. I sometimes feel like I'm a substitute teacher that took the children on, like, when I travel, I'm a little frazzled because I'm so used to having everything like locked in and airtight. And it's kind of difficult for me to, you know, maintain that same stability when I'm traveling. But it's exceptional because whenever I travel, chat behaves like a bunch of children on a field trip. Like, I don't know if it's my ADHD, my lack of focus. I don't know if it's that combined with the fact that, you know, I'm in a unique predicament that I'm not normally in. But I don't know if it's because it's Friday. Chatters is behaving like is a fucking class trip, and everyone's like, "Oh, I'm the class clown. I'm the class clown." Okay, you're the whole ass circus, my man. Are you in Michigan for Abdulayosi and Bernie's thing? No, I'm not. I'm in D.C. for something different. Okay, I'm in Washington, D.C. for something different. But yeah, so as I was saying, I'm going to Michigan next week. Okay, I'm going to Michigan next week. I'm here this week. I'm in DC this weekend. And many of you guys, your parents should not have signed off on your permission slips. I'm beginning to realize this. That's what's happening. Are you in DC to testify before Congress? Yes. Your mom. I'm in Washington, D.C. to testify before your mom. That's what we call your mom, Congress. Because she's getting fucked by every corporation in fucking America? I don't know. Anyway. All right, so yeah, got on the plane, flew in. I'm experimenting. I'm experimenting with my flights because, as you guys know, it's continuous broadcasting up in the HasanAbi broadcast, and you know I fly fairly regularly, so I'm trying to figure out how I can maintain a decent sleep schedule so I'm not like completely cooked when I travel East Coast. Usually hard. Lie flat or not, it doesn't matter. Obviously, there's no lie flats to DC anyway from Los Angeles, which is pretty crazy. But I decided I'll just go in the morning and maybe I'll be a little bit late the next day. I'll go, if I have to do an event, I'll go the day prior. I'll get my bearings straight, and then I'll be able to, perform better. Just buy a private jet, dummy. Yes. Sleeping pills. Yeah, that doesn't matter because it's a 4-hour flight. I don't have an issue flying. I don't have an issue sleeping on flights. That's not the problem. The problem is the flight is 4 hours long. So basically, if I fly in to the East Coast, it's like 4 to 5 hours long. That I'm only getting like 3 hours of real sleep, if at all. It's not going to work. And then I have to nap before I broadcast in the morning. Still doesn't work. It just messes me up. So I was like, what if I sleep the night? What if I go to bed early the night prior and then take the super early morning, like 6 a.m. flight? I did that today, but there was a problem. The problem is I thought I was flying into Ronald Reagan. However, I was not flying into Ronald Reagan. I was flying into Dulles. And for people that are familiar with the DMV, the difference between Dulles and Ronald Reagan isn't that like crazy normally. Like distance wise, one's like smack dab in the middle of the city. The other one is like 25, 30 minutes out of the city. However, when you actually fly into Dulles, I had forgotten the key problem, which is if you fly into Dulles, 25-minute car ride under normal circumstances turns into a 3.5-hour car journey because Washington, D.C. is a grid system that is ass cheeks. All the roads are always closed. There's always some like important foreign dignitary, and you just sit in fucking bumper to bumper traffic nonstop when you get into D.C. So that's what happened. That's part of the reason why I'm late today. But you live and you learn. You live and you learn. Hope you took the train, big dog. No, I did not take the train, big dog. Should have took the metro. DC Metro is pretty good. Dog, I have so much gear. I don't think you guys understand, okay? I travel. When I travel by myself, or even when I travel with someone else, like whether it be March, whether it be someone else, like I'm carrying all of my gear, okay? So for you guys, like I know you think I'm like flying for one day. It's fine. I have a fucking Pelican case with me with all my gear that I, set up this morning before I actually started the broadcast. I have another a bag full of camera equipment, like sound equipment. It's just really funny that you guys think that this is, you know, all of this just materializes like I just, you know, hit a button and then boom, live stream, live broadcast. No, March is not with me this time. Anyway, I'm here for College Democrats of America. For those of you who don't know, they're having a national convention. And you know, that's why I'm here. College, let me put that down. College Dems of America speech. You just spawn in, bro. Yeah, from your perspective, I just spawn in, right? But that's not how it works. That's not how it works at all. So yeah. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, I will be linking up with Metro City DSA. I just haven't been able to figure out exactly how we're going to do that, but we're going to do that. Both the new mayor, well, hopefully, inshallah, the new mayor, like the DSA candidates have reached out to link up while I'm here, and I'm going to do something with them. Maylot is here too, but yeah. DC DSA reached out. Shouts out to the DC DSA boys. You better get some fucking good ass merch for me ready to go. I need a new hat. I need a new DC DSA hat. You better have a cool ass hat, man. That's how you win me over. And then eventually when we do the national convention, I'm gonna pick which DSA has the best merchandise. Right now it's still Denver, for the record. But yeah, I got the city council member, future DC mayor. I am excited to do something with them. Do we have a blast off meme, by the way? Do we have a blast off meme at all, or do we not have a blast off meme? Because there's so much happening. Okay, we're going to be talking a lot about election security today. And are our elections secure or not? I know the answer, but I won't tell you until you send me a fucking blast off meme. Okay? DC DSA hat has cherry blossoms on them. Cool. I don't know if it's corny or cool. I haven't figured that out yet, but anyway, do we have a blast off meme, chat? That's not a blast off meme, man. That's just a meme about Haley Stevens. Why are you helping China steal our election? Collusion? I like election theft and foreign interference. That's probably why. I hate normal democracy, which is when Israel gets to steal the elections. I hate that. I much prefer other foreign adversaries stealing the elections instead. What is a blast off meme? I'm so old. It's just when chatter send me a meme that I use in my blast off tweet on Twitter. Here it is. We got it. That's a good one. Okay, so yeah, I'm a little bit frazzled, as you guys can probably tell. I'm a little bit all over the place, a little bit frazzled. It happens. It's partially because, you know, I could be the goddamn air quality out here, honestly, because I got in flags half mast at Dulles Airport, okay, and coworker Cliff from Streamer U, 800K a month from sponsors. Ludwig just said he made $1.1 million in June merch. Dude, that's crazy. Yeah, the amount of money I just fucking cast aside for not taking any sponsors is insane. That is actually fucking nuts. It's got to be like a really good month for him or something. Jesus Christ, dude. Air quality is ass today. Blame Canada. Yeah. Dude, I'm going to be honest. I would never talk to me again either, bro. Are you kidding me? $800,000 a month? And motherfuckers like, yo, you got to blacklist this dude? I'd be like, sure. Who are we blacklisting next, AT&T? I'd be like, I'm not touching that guy. Are you fucking kidding me? 800 grand? That makes so much sense. Hey, good on him. Good on him, dude. I take it back, bro. None of you would say no to the bag. A bag that size, you'd be like, yeah, Hasan, fuck that guy. I'm joking. I am joking. I am memeing. I'm embellishing. I'm being hyperbolic. I'm cracking fucking jokes before people freak out. Okay? But goddamn, there's a lot of cookies. Holy shit.
How much I made? How did I pay for all of that? Well, good news for me. Merch sales. I got $7,800.
Wow.
Not bad. YouTube. That's just the YouTube revenue. This includes YouTube live streams, shorts, and videos. 270,000. Twitch gonna be smaller for me, guys. I do not make as much on Twitch. 57,000. I only run about 6 minutes of ads an hour. I have 9,500 subs. That's about what you make for that. The biggest bulk of my money, though, I made a pivot in my life. I decided I wanted to stop being viewer funded. All right, I did a subathon. I had the most subs any streamer did. I had like an average of 20, 30,000 subscribers.
I like that content creators also position themselves as like getting the bag from sponsorships as like somehow the more ethical way to do business, where they're like, I just don't want to be viewer funded, guys. I don't want to take your money. I thought it'd be much better to get like, international conglomerates that give me money instead. I think that's probably the best way to go about it. Like, that's so funny to me, where it's like, oh yeah, I know. It's really corrupt to steal money from the viewers. Look, Ludwig and I do very different things, okay? And therefore, my business model is very different than his. Mine relies entirely on voluntary subscriptions. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. I don't have any sponsorships. I don't run any ads. It's just the way this business keeps rolling, where I can, spend all this money on fucking flying around the country and shit. All of that comes from you and your voluntary contributions. I obviously have an international shipping conglomerate as well, but that's just like a side hustle for me. I know that makes like, I know the net revenue that generates is around like $10 billion or so, but that's just a side hustle for me. But like my real job is this, and my revenue is just Twitch subs. That's it. Amy Goodman doesn't call Democracy Now! A business model. I mean, it's not. I'm just talking big business style because I wear a suit. I'm a suit guy. I'm a business guy. So I'm talking revenue. I'm talking KPIs. I'm talking direct response ad campaigns. We're talking CPMs. And also on top of that, I'm talking about moving units, specifically through the Malacca Strait to the beautiful city state of Singapore. Okay? But as I was saying, I mean, Ludwig is a massive content creator, so it does make sense. Obviously, this is not going to be like the average content creator, but he, like, making $1 million a month is unbelievable. That is unfathomable. And it's kind of funny because I think people think I make that kind of money. Like, I make a lot more money than the average person does. It's not a secret. But there's levels to this shit in this business, in this industry. I very openly voluntarily forego a good chunk, like the overwhelming majority of his revenue. I don't get any of that. And that's by design. Part of that is because of like my content and my commentary. Part of that is because I don't want any editorial control over whatever I do. One of the biggest criticisms normie streamers get is literally them profiting off of poor reviewers, totally different than what Hasan gets. Wait, what do you mean? Do they? Oh, I know. That's the funniest thing is that people always say like, oh, subscription is like bullshit because it's fucked up. You're like abusing and exploiting your viewers as opposed to getting funded by corporations. It's like, well, you know, when you're running an operation that is criticizing every goddamn corporation in the country, both of the two major parties, let's be real, this has to be independently funded in order to maintain my independence, my editorial independence. Obviously, if you're making fun content, you can do whatever the fuck you want. You can get as many sponsorships as you want. You can get more subscriptions as well. Like Ludwig could obviously still make a lot more money. He could still continue to farm subs and pump more ad revenue if he wanted to. So there's like ways that he can maximize his revenue, and he chooses not to. That's his method. Mine is obviously a little different.
I ran a higher density of ads.
What is this? D and Voss said you made $1 million a month when you ran ads? No, that's not. Weren't you making $1 million a month? No, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Why do you think Destiny or Vosh would know how much money I make a month? Why do you think they would know that? Stop listening to other people, especially people that have never had the same size audience that I have, and especially people who are not even on this fucking platform, man. I make $1 million a week. No,
And then I said, you know what? I don't feel good as a multimillionaire getting these people to pay me money. I didn't like getting 100 gifts. It made me feel weird. I'm going to start pivoting to get most of my bread from sponsors. That's the biggest cut of it.
Yeah, the only thing I take offense with is like, you know, you're doing. It's just crazy to me that is like, you had 3 times of Lud's viewers but made 120 times from ads. Duh. Yeah, I had 3 times Lud's viewers, but it doesn't. I've made a fucking 1/10 of Lud's revenue.
Okay, I'm a Rebel athlete. I have an AT&T sponsorship, and I also have an Alienware partnership. These are long-term partnerships. All right, and I do one-off deals as well, as you guys do. This number's 800,000. Okay? So the total you can break through 1.1 mil.
Oh, fuck. Anyway. How is giving away money when you give editorial control on Twitch, which is owned by Amazon? That makes 0 sense to me. Do you think Amazon is okaying everything that I'm saying? Like, the limitations that I have is within the terms of service. But as long as I don't violate the terms of service, let's be real, Twitch is not that smart. Like, do you think Amazon is signing off on everything I say and do on this platform? Are you out of your mind? Amazon has contracts with the Israeli government, dog. What are you talking about? How do editorial control come into it? Great question. If you have long-standing contracts with major companies, whether it be AT&T or whether it be any number of different companies, many of them sell products in the country of Israel, for example. Many of them have direct relationships with the nation state of Israel. So, no criticisms of Israel, or very, very modest and very moderate criticisms of Israel, if at all. Okay? That's how a company would maintain some semblance of editorial control over what I do. The most editorial control that Twitch has ever had over me is back in the day when I had a contract. And part of that contract stipulation was that I would run ads. I would tell people that they should use an ad blocker to not see the ads, right? In my spiel. And Twitch told me I can't do that. Expenses, payroll, 225 grand, travel, 55 grand, events, 69 grand, marketing, 10 grand, total, $359,000. That's a lot of overhead, and it's a lot of money. Good on him. Corporations don't give you money for free. What the fuck? They demand you to say in a show. No, like, here's the thing. Here is the thing, okay? For what Ludwig does, this makes perfect sense. It actually makes perfect sense for what Ludwig does. Because Ludwig doesn't have, like, Ludwig is not going to talk about, like, controversial issues, right? Ludwig is not going to talk about politics for the most part. He has a political position, but he's not going to, like, make that the primary focus of his content. So for him, this makes total sense for him to get funded by sponsorships, because like they're not going to be like, hey, you can't, like, they're not going to have a big opinion on like, hey, you're not allowed to talk about like Nintendo or something. You know what I mean? Like you're not allowed to explain what your favorite Smash character is. That would be a ridiculous demand from a corporation. That's never going to happen. He doesn't have the same like. That's why I keep repeating, like, for what I do, editorial control and you know, money is mostly just freedom and safety to be able to hire a lawyer if necessary. Money allows me to travel freely. And you know, money allows me to have a comfortable security barrier in my life. Okay? And also be able to fundraise or you know, be able to put together this operation like with ease. If I were to get it from sponsorships, they'd obviously have issues with what I say, what I do. I mean, we've had venues literally fucking cancel political rallies with now the person who won that race, right? Maylot Kiros in Denver. So for that reason, I think the best, most resilient way to maintain that editorial independence is through a subscription-based model where people just give voluntary subscriptions if they want to. You travel a lot. Would you say you spend $55K a month on travel? No, I don't. That's an insane amount. I don't know what the fuck he's doing, but he probably travels more than me, maybe? You're in the comments of this Hasan Minhaj TikTok.
You described this thing called the little treat economy. What is that?
If people feel like they can't afford a house or afford an economic life, they're going to return to risky investments, but they're also going to return to kind of buying little things for themselves because it's like, well, I'm not saving for a long-term plan. So I'm going to buy Labubus, or I'm going to buy like a pistachio Dubai chocolate latte. And it's all of this is very rational. Like, I'm not saying that people are making the wrong decision. I think all of it makes a lot of sense, but that's the little treat economy, is that people will, you know, get themselves nice little things, which I think makes sense.
So is it essentially, if I'm hearing this right, hey, tomorrow's going to suck, but I can make today a little bit more yummy?
Yeah.
Are there little treats that you like?
I like buying pens.
What kind?
Well, I like my Pilot pen.
Is that the
Pilot G2?
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uniball Vision is one of my favorites, but the Pilot G2
the Pilot G2, I like how it has the hook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's also there's a pen store in Nolita. I mean, you want to talk about little treats. They have like pens from Germany, Japan. Yeah. It gets pretty pricey.
Yeah, there's this one store called Muju. Or do you know it?
You're talking about Muji.
Yeah. They
Is it
have a
Muji,
bunch
right?
of pins.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Muji, yeah.
They have a nice set of pins.
Yeah, they have a pretty solid.
So that's what I like to do.
That's what you do when you're like, I'm just
When
gonna
I'm
go crazy. I'm gonna
stressed.
drop, $68 on pens right now.
Yeah.
That's-
okay.
Yeah, notebooks.
Nerd. What the hell is that?
Yeah, I also have little treats too. Sometimes when I get depressed or somebody writes something mean in the comment section, what I like to do is I'll just DoorDash ice cream at 2:00 in the morning, and I'll get a couple pints,
Ben and Jerry's.
American Dream, and then what I'll do is I'll eat 3/4 of it. My wife finds out in the morning, and then what I'll do is I'll just blame the children and throw them under
Yeah.
the bus,
Yeah.
and then
That's what kids are good for,
wipe my hand clean.
letting them.
Pandorix. She's smart as fuck and makes econ super easy to learn. Hell yeah. Anyway, where was I? So yeah. All right. We blasted off already. I'm here in DC. The air quality is awful. I'm a little bit frazzled, even though I got a decent amount of sleep last night and a decent amount of sleep on the plane. I don't know why this happens to me. I don't know if it happens to you guys as well, but like when I fall asleep on the plane, my hands go numb. What does that mean? Am I dying? Like, I guess like when I'm sitting still, like the outside of my hands go numb, and then I wake up and I'm like, and then I have to move my hands and arms around immediately. That means you're gay. Elbows bent too long. Diabetes. WebMD says turbo cancer. Nice. Carpal tunnel or bad circulation. I mean, I think I'm just like shoving into my elbows, so it cuts off the blood circulation. So then, yeah, when my hands are numb, I just run into the bathroom to give myself a stranger with two hands. Yeah. Anyway, when you get older, you need to wear compression socks when flying. Yeah, for blood clots, right? To avoid blood clots. Anyway, too much wrist day at the gym, probably. If your hands are on your lap, then yeah, your arms aren't straight so the extremities are cinched. Well, that's probably what's going on. Okay, so yeah, let's get into it. So Donald Trump delivered a primetime speech last night.
President Trump's primetime address.
And we obviously have to talk about it. It was dog shit. Okay, I reviewed it in real time as it was taking place. Oh my god. Harvard Harris poll came out. Who do you support? Age 18 to 24. 60% say Hamas. Wow. Wow. Turns out the kids are also saying Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. What do we do? What do we do here? Interesting predicament. Who could have predicted? Interesting predicament. Who could have predicted this? Huh. 18 to 24-year-olds declared a terrorist organization? Yeah. Are you going to the Marxism conference in Chicago this September? What do you fucking think, huh? What do you fucking think? What do you think? Am I going to the Marxism conference? Angela Davis is going to be there. Of course I'm going to the Marxism conference. No, that poll is not from September 2025. That poll is new. It just came out. It's from It was literally this week. The people that were polled this week. Anyway. Where was I? What was I saying? Yeah, there's a lot to talk about. Let's get into it. So last night, Donald Trump cried and complained and tried to do this thing where he wanted to justify the SAVE Act, right? It's this super restrictive federalized elections scheme that he wants to put together to manipulate the elections, to basically purge people off the rolls and make it more difficult for them to register to vote in a country where the plurality usually doesn't vote, even though they're voter eligible. And obviously the Republicans want to make that even harder, so that there's like 12 total people in the country actually voting, and every single one of them happens to be a billionaire and also very pro-Israel. So like that's basically the system, the perfect system that these guys would live with if given the opportunity. And they absolutely hate it when working class individuals vote. So they try to do everything they can to make sure that those who do vote, working class individuals who do vote, are making decisions off of faulty data, faulty information. Our elections are stolen by moneyed interests. So there is no real democracy, right? We'll get into this Hamas poll, the Harvard-Harris Hamas poll, in a second. Obviously, I don't want to talk about my impact like this. If you ask the ADL, that is, of course. I'm not going to take credit for any of that, obviously. But we'll look at the full poll. We'll look at the full poll in a little bit. But as I was saying, so Donald Trump, president, 47, came out of the gate swinging last night. They promoted this speech like it was going to be a real game changer, like this was going to shock the world. It was going to shock the people's conscience. And as I told you ahead of time that it probably wasn't going to be the case, it was a little bit of a whimpering fart. It wasn't necessarily this world-changing incident. It was just more so a decrepit old man that's lost his sauce, that's lost his fastball, that kind of understands that he's no longer as popular as he once was, trying to get ahead of the upcoming midterm elections, where he is very clearly going to receive a significant blow. Elections are popularity contests. You can consider them to a certain degree a mandate, right? And it's clear that the Democrats, in spite of their worst judgments, are probably still going to do fairly well. You can thank our movement for that as well. They never will. They will endlessly seek to punish us for it, but that's besides the point. That's neither here nor there. Regardless, Donald Trump wants to get ahead of that and do everything in his power to basically manipulate the elections, purge people off the voter rolls, that kind of stuff. Now, the problem is a lot of the things that he talked about, if not everything, was already readily available. This is information. None of it was new. The additional speculations off of the readily available information, that's, I guess, somewhat new, but it all ultimately tied back to the SAVE Act. This is what he wants to do, right? We covered this in great detail yesterday, and I will continue to cover it today as well. More Pegasus is coming after fans. Of mine? Okay, we'll look at that in a second. My entire community is international commerce. Individuals that work with the beautiful nation of Singapore, he better not do that. He better not come after the other shipping magnates in this community. So, why the deflection for Trump's points? The Chinese stole our vote list by Googling it Chinesely? Yes. My favorite point, I will just come out of the gates with this, okay? Right off the jump. Got to wash my hands of this really quickly. I am Chinese, okay? I am white Chinese. I know I keep saying to people that I'm not Chinese, but it turns out if you don't like President Donald Trump, you are Chinese. And I don't like President Donald Trump, so I guess I am Chinese, and we are all Chinese. That was the argument that he tried to present last night. Now, of course, I'm joking. He didn't say you're literally Chinese if you hate me, but he did say you have been duped by the Chinese into hating me, the big, beautiful president. So that was really fun. It's like Russiagate, but somehow worse, because like obviously there was a decent amount of evidence that Russia tried to interfere and at least like engage in influence peddling in the 2016 elections. Liberals greatly overemphasized the impact of that because they were coping with Hillary's loss. But this is far worse than that because, one, there's no evidence whatsoever, not even enough evidence to suggest that there was genuine interference by the Chinese in our election. But also on top of that, Donald Trump took that to say, China is hurting my feelings personally. I'm the president. China is making everybody hate me. It's the funniest version of Russiagate that they could have designed. So much respect to the Republicans for constantly pushing the needle. Let's hear what this guy has to say.
Press last night, where he continued his campaign to cast doubt on the 2020 election he lost and the 2026 midterms he fears losing. He did it by making a series of misleading claims and citing dated intelligence that failed to demonstrate any votes were actually compromised. Senior political correspondent Rachel Scott is at the White House with the latest. Good morning, Rachel.
George, good morning to you. And Republicans on Capitol Hill were hoping the president would focus on immigration, on the economy, issues they believe will be important to voters this midterm election. But instead, the president came before the American people to talk about an election that he lost 6 years ago, using unfounded claims to demand sweeping changes ahead of the midterms. With the midterm elections just 4 months away, President Trump taking to the podium in prime time to sow doubt in America's election system, making misleading claims about the election he lost 6 years ago.
No country can be great without fair and honest elections. You have to trust your country.
In a 25-minute speech, the president making extraordinary and vague claims that officials he appointed in his first administration were part of a cover-up to keep information about foreign interference and election fraud away from him, arguing newly released documents would show efforts by China to interfere in our elections and expose flaws in the voting system.
They're vulnerable and they're easily compromised, and people within our government knew that.
But the president provided no evidence that the outcome or any votes were altered in the 2020 election. And his claims deeply...
By the way, got to give a shout out to the team at this hotel. They wrote a little note when I first came in. They got me Diet Mountain Dews. And they wrote a little note. They were like, hopefully your visit to DC is Stunlock free. And they got me 4 Diet Mountain Dews, which is crazy. HasanAbi heads are everywhere, bro. It's awesome. Sorry. It's a nice touch. Feel like I'm Austin Shell.
Contradict the assessments his own intelligence officials.
If there was a fraud, does that mean his win was illegitimate? No, you see what you're trying to do is apply logic to the situation. And in order to understand Donald Trump, you can't do that. That's a big mistake. Because you think there's any logic to what Donald Trump is saying when the answer is there simply is none. Okay? That's your big problem. It's okay. Everyone makes this mistake. Everybody makes this mistake. Because it doesn't make sense that the election was stolen. The election integrity was fine in 2016 when Donald Trump won the election, even though he still complained after his victory, if you guys recall. And then Donald Trump became president, but then the election was stolen from under him while he was president. And then Joe Biden became president. But then when Joe Biden was president, he fixed the election system again so that Donald Trump could be president again. None of it makes sense because if you're the president, if you can steal the election, as Trump is claiming Biden did, while Trump was president, from right under his nose, why wouldn't you steal it again why wouldn't you use the election theft button and slam it extra hard to make sure Donald Trump doesn't become president? You're now the president. The libtards are the president, right? The libtard party is in charge. The Chinese Communist Party is in charge. Why wouldn't they just continue doing election theft? None of it makes sense. But none of it has to make sense because, let's be real, these are not the brightest crayons that he's painting with, okay? Donald Trump isn't necessarily a very intelligent guy, and his fan base is even dumber than he is. So obviously, it doesn't have to make any logical sense whatsoever. You can't say too big to rig either, for the record. You can't say that because it was bigger last time around. Like, Donald Trump got more votes in the 2020 election than he did in 2024. So that also doesn't really make sense. Like, he got more votes, but then I guess, like, they rigged it even harder in 2020. So why didn't they rig it just as hard in 2024? This is an understandable question to ask, right? Right?
Officials gave him in 2021 that China did not attempt to influence the presidential election outcome. Trump lost in 2020 by 7 million votes. He lost the Electoral College and lost more than 60 court cases challenging the election, some in front of judges he appointed. And there's no evidence of widespread voter fraud, something his own attorney general at the time acknowledged. Still, the president has been fixated on unfounded claims of voter fraud, demanding Congress pass the Save America Act, a sweeping voter ID bill, alleging his administration found more than 275,000 non-citizens on the voting rolls.
Yeah, no. Chairman Zhu Baideng of the Communist Party of China, the General Secretary, lifetime chairman, the premier, he's got it all. He's all of it. Zhu Baideng. He's the man. He is our guy, and he did it for us, and he did it for us, the International White Chinese Association, the International Association of White Chinese, which is all of us. Now, the 275,000 non-citizens were on the voting rolls was actually an interesting one. That was probably one of the only, like, actionable things that he could point to, and it turns out, guys, this might come as a surprise to you. He was lying about that, too. Now, he wasn't lying that there were, like, names that needed to be taken off the voter rolls. He wasn't lying about that part. It turns out they weren't, like, non-citizens or anything. I mean, some of them might have been, but for the most part, they were just, like, dead people. So, a thing that happens. So that should probably come as no surprise to some of you, but I know many of you are big-time Trump fans, and you think that Trump never lies, and he's the best, and when he says something, it's obviously the most truthful thing that anyone's ever said. So yeah. Did Trump get more votes in 2020 than he did in 2024? I thought he did. I thought 2020 was the most votes that any Republicans ever gotten. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. Let's take a look. Okay. Fake news alert. While I was talking about Donald Trump, turns out I might have been doing fake news. How many votes did Trump get in 2020? Why is there no, like, normal, just fucking straight up answer, dude? In the national popular, Biden received 81 million. Trump received 74 million. So he got 74 million votes in 2020. And I believe he got like 70 million in 2024, if I'm not mistaken. We can Google it as well. Turns out I was right, and chatters that were casting doubt on what I had to say might have been wrong. Let's take a look. How many votes did Trump get in 2024? 2024 United States presidential election. Oh wait, no, he got 77. Okay, no, chat was right. I was wrong. He got 77 million. I was wrong. He got more votes this time. You know what? You know what? Too big to rig. It turns out, my mistake. It turns out he did actually rig it. Or, sorry, the Democrats couldn't rig it. It turns out it was too big to rig. That's right, baby. That's right. That's my goddamn GOAT president right there. Too big to rig. I apologize, Mr. President. I know I'm in your presence right now. I'm in your city. You know, my mistake. My mistake. I was wrong. You know, this is a big problem. Fake news, a big problem on the left. Too big to rig is such a good trucker gay porn title. Oh my God. Yeah, the unbelievable L here is for Kamala, going from 81 million votes to 75 million. That is insane. I mean, it's not just because it was Kamala Harris. Let's be real. It was also because it was Joe Biden. Okay, did you check in with T-Man? I did not inform T-Man that I was coming into his hood. NBC TikTok was
so
actually
I'm reading
good.
through the White House's documentation now, and they say that over 250,000 non-citizens were found when they looked at the voter rolls of 4 states. But when you dig into that, what it's clear that they did is they analyzed the public voter rolls, the kind of voter rolls that I can buy if I have an Amex and, you know, a willingness to spend a few $100s for the public voter rolls, and put it through a federal database that once was used to administer benefits. Now, this database has been reworked by the Trump administration to try and use it for election officials. But early reports show that when you put voter rolls through this, and I'm talking the private voter rolls, the kind with social security numbers, the kind that are much more accurate than the public voter rolls, when you put people through that, you often end up with lists of newly naturalized citizens who this database, it's been reworked and jerry-rigged, finds lots of newly naturalized citizens who are being flagged as potential non-citizens. And when you put public data through that, it's going to come up with incredibly inaccurate lists. There is little indication to show that the White House's documentation actually has that many non-citizens. Occasionally, non-citizens show up on the voter rolls, but not nearly as many as the president is saying. There's also no evidence of the fraud that he said was occurring, because you have to actually vote as a non-citizen to be committing voter fraud. So
yeah, in order for, I mean, even if a non-citizen is accidentally on a voter roll, which mistakes can happen, this is why I said our elections have integrity. And the reason why I'm confident in that is because we obsess over it. It's mostly the Republicans that obsess over it. But I guess in this circumstance, it's not even fair to say it's just the Republicans that obsess over it. Obviously, like, there are a lot of commissions, bipartisan ones, that are making sure that the elections are correct and they're fair and they're free and all that stuff. But, like, what's crazy is there, like, we know that non-citizens don't vote. And yet we know that non-citizens do not vote. And yet Republicans just say it all the time. And they've said it so many times, not dissimilar to how they claim that, you know, non-citizens are violent and responsible for the crime rates and all this stuff, that if you repeat a lie long enough, it just becomes the truth, especially if the oppositional forces in the country are not fighting back against this misinformation. And Democrats have been fairly insufficient in their response to especially the idea that, you know, undocumented migrants are responsible for tremendous amounts of crimes in this country. So that's more so just like a meta commentary on truth and not having any consensus reality and whatnot. But we just know that that's not the case, right? Oh, look, it's the terrorist sympathizer, dog-shocking, dictator-loving buffoon. Okay. Thanks, chatter. You really owe me on that one. How do all the media keep discussing if his claims are based in good evidence instead of talking about why he's bringing up his baseless claims again in the lead up of the midterms? I mean, I think the media is aware that he's lying. They're covering it fairly. I mean, they're covering it with accuracy. It's just that right now we're kind of in a holding pattern. We're at the mercy of Donald Trump's whims. Like if he decides to go in one direction, it's, you know, it's just frustrating because we don't know what could take shape in the upcoming days. I suspect that he will use the Department of Homeland Security. I believe Mark Wayne Mullen also did a press conference on like the actions he's going to be taking and things like that. But yeah, I mean, he wants to make sure that people don't go out and vote against him and against the Republican Party. So we'll see.
But at no point did the president prove people cast ballots who shouldn't have. Election officials across the country quickly responding. Nevada Secretary of State saying there are numerous protections in place to prevent non-citizens from casting a ballot. And in Pennsylvania, the Republican Secretary of State telling the New York Times, all evidence has shown that non-citizen voting is extremely rare across the country, including in Pennsylvania. Democrats warning that President Trump is laying the groundwork for challenging future election results.
He's laying the foundation to be able to tell America after Election Day that the election was corrupt and therefore should not be respected.
I mean, that's the best case scenario for the record. Guys, what we're talking about here is the best case scenario, that he's like not capable of doing something before the elections to like impede on people's rights to be able to go out and cast a fucking vote. The best case scenario currently is 4 months from now, Democrats go out, they vote. Obviously, there's a lot more enthusiasm for them to go out and vote than the Republican base, because either some people are, why are you such a fucking doomer? Wait, what? Dog, you've been in here for 31 months. My job is to analyze the day's news and sometimes offer what I think might happen in the future. And unfortunately, the day's news is fucking grim, okay? It's grim all the time. Newsflash, a lot of things suck, okay? A lot of things suck. Big dicks and big balls, which is why I'm going to keep telling you exactly what's going on without trying to, without trying to offer you any sort of, without lying to you, basically. I'm not going to lie to you, okay? And yet you won't game. All right, well, shut the fuck up.
We just got word from both China and Russia. They're rejecting the claims that the president made last night. As he closed his speech, he demanded that Republicans on Capitol Hill pass the Save America Act. This is his voter ID bill, which would require proof of citizenship to register to vote. It would also severely restrict mail-in voting. But the president does not have the votes to get this through Congress. And what's more, that bill does nothing to address what the president spent most of his time focused on last night, these allegations of foreign election interference, which again, his own intelligence agencies at the time.
I was wondering where the fuck the noise gate was coming from. I just realized, like, okay, chatters weren't wrong. There is a little bit of an echo because the HDMI. Okay, I just fixed it. There was an issue with my audio. Turns out the fucking noise perverts were correct.
Said was just simply not true, George.
And Rachel, at the same time, the president also focused on profits. His media company announcing plans to profit from the president's social media posts.
Yes, George, the president's media company will now sell quicker access to President Trump's social media posts on his social media platform, Truth Social. Users will be able to pay for immediate access to what the president says. The president has a history of announcing major things on Truth Social, from military action to domestic and foreign policy trade deals, long before we even get an official statement from the White House. And that's what has watchdog groups particularly concerned, that this could give another way for President Trump to profit off of the presidency, George.
Right, because so many of those posts have also been about companies the president is invested in.
Good afternoon. A question from Reuters. US President Donald Trump declassified intelligence on Thursday that he maintained showed Chinese interference in US elections, despite a US intelligence assessment that found no evidence Beijing affected the 2020 vote that he lost. Does the Foreign Ministry have any comment on this, and will President Trump's comments affect bilateral relations? Thank you.
美方的有关说法纯属无中生有、恶意抹黑，早已被证明是无稽之谈。中方历来坚持不干涉内政原则，没有兴趣，也从未干涉美国大选。相反，是谁动辄干涉别国的内政，长期无差别地监控全球各国政府、企业、普通民众，大规模地窃取他国公民的数据，国际社会看得清清楚楚。我们敦促美方反躬自省，停止无端的抹黑中国，不要在选举中拿中国说事，多做有利于中美关系的事。
First of all,
China came out and said, this is not correct. Y'all are fucked up. Also, they might as well say we love Donald Trump while they're at it, because why shouldn't they love Donald Trump? Donald Trump has been the greatest gift to Chinese soft power. Okay? Donald Trump has been the greatest president for China. In approximately 2 years of his second term, Donald Trump caused so much instability around the world and destroyed American soft power initiatives, destroyed the international design that we had not only created ourselves, were the architects of, but also were safeguarding for almost a century. Donald Trump threw that into the fire, lit the world on fire, quite literally and figuratively, and created so much instability and undermined critical allies all around the world to such a degree that now, unlike ever before, when people are polled around the world about China versus the United States of America, they prefer China to the United States of America. That is incredible. I mean, that is insane, right? America had so much soft power. America had so much goodwill. Many might even say goodwill that it didn't deserve. And Donald Trump lit it all on fire in an alarming, record-breaking pace. This is perhaps the reason why they call Donald Trump the great nation builder for China in the People's Republic of China. That's what they know him as. So for Donald Trump to turn around and act as though, you know, China's making everybody hate me, well, it's kind of funny. It's just like, simply put, it's the most narcissistic thing that you could possibly do, where you never look within for any blame. You never take responsibility for your actions. And you just assume that everybody hates you not because of what you've done, but, you know, some other person made everybody hate you. It must be China. You need to run it back real quick, that last question he answered, because he was definitely not saying they love Trump law. I know they didn't say that. I'm saying they should basically say that. If they were honest, they would be saying that. Behind closed doors, they're probably like, do you fucking hear this guy? This guy thinks we haven't benefited tremendously from Trump being president. Did you hear it? He said we made the world hate him. You made the world hate you, motherfucker. What are you talking about? Like, think about this, dude. 100 years of soft power, 100 years of global hegemony, okay? And on top of that, we're talking about even a much more powerful social force, Orientalism, racism. Like, China has always been seen as like the great menace, right? Throughout its century of humiliation, it's an area for colonial plunder. And past that point, since its revolution, it's always been a menace. It's at times been a great and valuable ally to American foreign policy in the region to use against the other real enemy, the USSR. However, ultimately, from the perspective of the rest of the world, whether it be the Asian countries around China or whether it be countries in Europe, China has always been seen as China's always been met with suspicion, right? China's renewable energy revolution is fantastic, but at what cost? Like there's a whole meta here in the Western world, in Western media specifically, that continues this suspicion against China. Suspicion that I think is unwarranted. That's my personal perspective, but suspicion that very much existed for the longest time. And there's polls to prove that. And yet, now, more people around the world favor China over the U.S., Pew study suggests. And it's really funny because everyone knows exactly how this happened. Everyone except for Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the only person, perhaps the only person in the country, and maybe his, stupid cult, that doesn't realize that Donald Trump alone is responsible for this attitude shift. Most Americans still don't like China, and yet most Americans also don't like Donald Trump. So clearly, something doesn't add up, right? We are in the minority of American citizens that actually don't have a negative opinion of China, but also despise Donald Trump. We are literally a tiny sliver of the American population. If you look at the American population, for the most part, they're not exactly super favorable. Now, obviously, the American population's opinion on China has changed dramatically for the better as well, but we're still nowhere near where other countries are, right? So it's extra funny that he is laying the responsibility of the hatred that people have, the very real, palpable hatred that people have, Americans have, and the rest of the world has towards Donald Trump, in the hands of the People's Republic of China.
Department of Homeland Security, we've identified 250,000 non-citizens registered to vote in just 4 states. Mind you, we have 46 other states. And just 4 states, we've identified 250,000 non-citizens registered to vote in California, and Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Nevada. We also worked with proactive states to identify 28,000 non-citizens on their voter rolls, plus 400,000 individuals that are still registered to vote that are deceased. Now, these 23 states, they proactively worked with us on the SAVE program. That's Georgia, Ohio, Tennessee, Texas, North Carolina, Idaho, Alabama, Missouri, Louisiana, Kansas, Arkansas, Wyoming, Montana.
Wow, it kind of feels like these red states are, these red states got a real problem.
Iowa, Florida.
How the fuck do you respond to this? I don't know. You just fucking say the truth. You identify what they're saying. You identify what the problem is, and then you keep repeating the truth over and over again. At this stage, not to go back to the meta commentary here, but at this stage, like, it kind of doesn't matter. The Trump supporters are going to believe this no matter what, and they're going to believe even more far-fetched claims, as a matter of fact. And the rest of the country is going to be like, that's stupid. So the best you can hope for is like people in the margins that are maybe half paying attention to this stuff, that hear what the president says and go, wait a minute, that's crazy. And then you try to patiently explain to those guys who are not a part of the cult that that is wrong. And that's all you can do. That's all you can hope for. And continue to let the material conditions wither away and create so much instability, so much chaos, so much anger and resentment that like his base gets smaller and smaller and smaller until they are in the margins. What proof would it take you to convince you that even a portion of this is legit? The last 30 years of investigations from independent commissions, right-wing think tanks, liberal think tanks, to have not conducted extensive research on the integrity of elections to show that American elections are actually pretty reliable, and there's no evidence of voter fraud beyond like margins. Like the greatest example of this is the Heritage Foundation, right? The Heritage Foundation rolled up their sleeves and got to work. Okay? They conducted the most comprehensive study on voter integrity and election integrity and voter fraud, because obviously this is a major right-wing position, right? So in order to justify this major right-wing position, they had to go and find some evidence. So they did. Problem for them is they looked at billions of votes that were cast over 3 decades, and they found that approximately 1,200 to 1,400 instances of voter fraud had taken place. Over billions, over 3 decades of elections, local elections, state elections, presidential elections, they only found 1,400 to 1,400. I don't remember the exact number. So they disproved their own theory while they were trying to create sufficient evidence. That is the reason why an extraordinary claim such as the one that the administration is making require extraordinary evidence. And yet, there is no extraordinary evidence. There's not even any evidence whatsoever. Which is precisely the reason why they're leaning into silly things like this. They're leaning into whatever they can to be like, oh, well, let's cast some doubt. As NBC News also reported and explained, some of this is newly naturalized citizens that haven't been updated in the registry, and therefore the Department of Homeland Security or the administration is making it seem like these newly naturalized U.S. citizens are actually non-citizens and technically are not allowed to vote when they have that. And are all these release docs all fake, you think? No. My friend, what the administration is doing is take speculation and investigations that were conducted and delete the conclusion of the investigations. Okay? So it would be similar to this. The FBI claims, let's say, I'm making this up. In a hypothetical scenario, the FBI claims that they have suspicion that 100,000 people illegally voted. Okay? They go in and they find in their investigation that there are dead people that needed to be purged from the voter rolls to the tune of like 10,000 people, let's say, right? So the first number is 100,000. The suspicion is 100,000. They find 10,000 people that were not taken off the voter rolls even though they had died. But then they take it one step further, as investigators are supposed to, and they look at who has actually voted even though they're dead. And they find 0 instances, or let's say 1 or 2 instances of people voting past the point of their demise. Okay? The FBI will look at this data and will conclude, as they did, this intelligence assessment that they're releasing is readily available information since 2021. The FBI will come out and say, as they did in their intelligence assessment, not just the FBI, but the entire intelligence community, right? Will say, there is no evidence of voter fraud and that the election integrity remains absolute. There's no real evidence of voter fraud beyond the margins. It's not even like there's no concerted effort. We did not find in our investigation that there was any concerted effort to thwart the outcome or disrupt the outcome of American elections. And that's our conclusion. Like we dug deep, we investigated, we found that there wasn't any real evidence for our elections being tampered with by foreign countries. They might even say they attempted to extract information, right? but ultimately they did not succeed. If the Trump administration comes in and chops the conclusion of that investigation and simply says there was suspicion that the FBI had reliable intelligence that 100,000 fake votes were cast, not only did they delete the conclusion, so they're lying by omission, but then on top of that, they actually lied in the front end of that too, because they lied and made the initial theory into a hard fact. That's just lying. Simply put, they're both lying by omission and they're lying by exaggerating the claims and by claiming that those claims weren't claims at all. They were actually the conclusion of the investigation. That's what they did last night. I don't know if that was simple enough. I hope I was able to explain it. So there are numerous ways to tackle these arguments. Obviously, one of the funniest ones, the ones that I like the most, are the simple ones. The simplest way to ask this question is like, so the elections were fucking stolen under your watch, but then they weren't stolen when Biden was president? Hold on. 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Sorry. Have you talked about Trump's speech last night? Yes, that's what we're talking about currently.
Florida, South Dakota, Indiana, Arizona, South Carolina, Utah, Nebraska, Michigan, and my great home state of Oklahoma. Real ID.
Yeah, for the record, the simplest question to ask people is, so the election integrity was compromised under the Trump administration when Trump was president, and he lost the election, but then Biden became president, and then Biden actually fixed the election integrity, so Trump won again? How does that work? Right? This is it. So the elections were rigged under Trump's watch, but then Biden fixed the election rigging, and that's how Trump won. Because that's the argument he's presenting. It makes no fucking sense. It literally makes no sense whatsoever. None of it makes sense.
Does not prove citizenship and does not give you the right to vote. You must be a U.S. citizen and you must be eligible to vote. Before and after the election, we will scrub all election records looking for illegal aliens and those who are ineligible to vote, including those that somehow voted, yet they were deceased. If you're illegal and attempted to vote, or you tried to vote illegally for someone else, we will find you and we will charge you.
Yeah, no shit, dude. That's always been the law. It's literally the same as saying, hey, if you go out and you shoot a grandmother in the face, we will find you and we will prosecute you and you will go to prison. Yeah, wow. What a revelation. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that it was illegal to vote as a non-citizen. Of course, that's always been the case. It's just an unbelievably rare situation. It does not happen. It does not happen at all. Okay? That's the problem. That is the issue.
Illegal voter registration and illegal voting both carry penalties up to 5 years in prison and up to $250,000 in fines. We will pursue maximum pressure on this. Yeah, so let's talk about the major networks not willing to carry the President of the United States address to the nation on election security. How shameful is that? I think it was ABC, NBC, and I don't know if CBS. Did CBS carry it? Anybody? CBS carried it. So ABC and NBC not carrying that? Why? What are they trying to cover up? Why wouldn't they want to inform the American people? Why are they calling themselves a news outlet if they're not actually trying to put the news out there? We wasn't giving spin on the election. The president wasn't trying to.
Yeah, they're just the greatest gift that the outlets gave Trump was to not cover his stupid fucking speech, which, by the way, perfectly fair, perfectly valid for major news outlets not to carry this ridiculous fucking speech and then instead discuss how many lies he repeated on it. But it also is like a win-win, I guess. It's a win for some of the major outlets, like keeping their integrity or what remains of it. And it's a major victory for the Republicans because now they have something to bitch about. Okay? Now they have something to bitch about. It's their favorite thing. Oh my God, you guys are being so unfair. Why wouldn't you let the president lie to everyone on primetime television? Especially lie in a way that many people have been successfully criminally prosecuted over, whether it be doing January 6th, whether it be, well, you know, criminally prosecuted and then released when Donald Trump became president again, unfortunately. And for Fox News, for example, there's almost $1 billion penalty sitting on the other side of that. Last time they carried Donald Trump's speech and didn't address some of the nonsense that Trump was actually entertaining and even leaned into some of that nonsense. So obviously for Fox News, they don't want to risk it again, right? But now they get to complain. They get to complain about how the media has undermined our big, beautiful president by not allowing him to fucking lie on television. It's not like they're not carrying it at all, mind you. They did. They just, chopped it up and made it easier to address, especially because he was lying.
He litigate what happened in 2020, although he definitely could at this point. The president was giving facts. What we have exposed, what the Biden administration covered up, what the intelligence community held from the American people, Congress, and the executive branch, and we're putting it out there. And yet, two major networks didn't want to cover it. I think the question really should say why. Because they sure covered the other part of it when they were saying that it was the most secure election ever. What facts did they have? Because they didn't have facts. They were taking someone's word for it. President Trump gave facts. Today, we're giving facts.
Vital resources.
Yeah. One of my favorite moments from last night's events was watching Fox News right after the speech. Now, Sean Hannity loves Donald Trump. You guys know this. He's the #1 brown noser. And Sean Hannity came on live right after Trump's riveting speech about how the American elections were stolen, about how China had participated in this election fraud, and about how China had made everybody hate the big, beautiful president. Sean Hannity complained about CNN not running the speech and maybe gave like one statement after and immediately moved on. That's how you know. That's how you know even the Republicans were not really trying to entertain this stuff. If you got Sean Hannity not covering this stuff extensively, if you got Sean Hannity not going deep into all the claims that Donald Trump made last night, obviously, even the Republican media apparatus is not very confident in the information that Trump was delivering. And of course they're not confident because it's ridiculous. In order to avoid a potential Dominion lawsuit, Fox News even came out and literally openly stated after Trump's claims that Fox could not independently verify the statements Trump was making about the elections. they straight up added that, content warning. Makes you think. Trump is running out of allies. Trump has a lot of enemies for good reason, but he's certainly running out of allies. He's at the end of his rope. This movement is dying. The MAGA movement is now propped up by some of the most insane people. And when I say insane, I know it's a term I use a lot, but I mean like literally mentally ill, maladjusted, genuinely unwell, physically unhealthy people. It's the core of this movement. It's the evangelical Christians that are chock full of white supremacist values. And even those guys are experiencing the economic shock of Trump's ridiculous militarism in the Strait of Hormuz. And even those guys are beginning to recognize that maybe Donald Trump is not fixing the prices in the way that he claimed he would. Better yet, maybe some of them are even getting frustrated because all he talks about is like transgender and liberals and all this stuff. Meanwhile, he said he was going to end these wars and he never did. And he's starting new wars. And now those wars are starting to be impactful, starting to impact their bottom line, hurting their wallets. I predict a lot of people, especially on the Republican side, are going to sit out this upcoming midterm. They're not going to go out and vote because there's nothing to vote for. Trump is not on the ballot. And there's not much to look forward to. And even the comfortable ones are not going to vote because usually the comfortable ones, well, they don't have any reason to go out and vote. Trump is not on the ballot again. He has become far too narcissistic for the average person to follow and to, show any loyalty or sympathy towards. The last people that remain, the last holdouts, are going to be the most insane, the most zealot folks out there. But it's cooked. His movement is dying.
Make claims that electronic voting machines are vulnerable and easily compromised. Fox News has not seen that evidence yet, is not in a position to evaluate the accuracy of the president's statements and claims at this time.
Here's the problem. If you consolidate power around a narcissistic, petty, despotic tyrant like Donald Trump, he's not going to use his lame duck period, which he's in now, to set up a comfortable future for the movement. He's going to use the consolidated power that he has on dumb shit like this, a messaging operation, to try to make himself feel better, to prosecute his enemies if he has any motion, any clout that remains. He's not doing this to prop up a better future for the Republican Party because he's not a movement man. Trump has made it very clear from the start. There's only one guy he cares about. That's Donald Trump. He'll enrich his friends, his fail sons, his immediate business partners that he has like a unique relationship with now, whether they be Silicon Valley techno-feudalists, or, the oil and gas industry. But even then, he'll burn them on a moment's notice. This guy burns his allies. So what makes you think that he is going to care about a broader Republican movement? He does not. He doesn't. He is the movement. And the Republicans hitched their wagon to this fucking petty tyrant like a bunch of morons. And these are the results. But of course, remember, a petty tyrant on his way out can still do a lot of damage. And he is trying to do that right now. So don't feel comfortable. It's important to understand that their incompetence is an advantage for us, but even an incompetent tyrant can still do a tremendous amount of damage, right? One of the things that Donald Trump and his administration has done so far is the chaos that unfolded in the Strait of Hormuz. That's continuing. The strikes are continuing. And the American, the U.S. Central Command has expanded on the targeting on sites. They're hitting bridges now. They're hitting civilian infrastructure now. People are suspecting that the American military is making a move on the Iranian coastline, potentially with boots on the ground. There could be an invasion. I don't know how much evidence there is for that. I know that it would be a chaotic situation. It would be devastating, and it would be objectively unpopular, especially because it's not going to be an easy military operation to conduct. Lot of U.S. casualties. That's what we're looking at. Sending young American men and women into the meat grinder to turn into dust under tens of thousands of Iranian flying lawnmowers with explosive ordnance attached. Iran, in retaliation, has started hitting more targets in places like Bahrain and in Kuwait and also Qatar after the United States struck the Iranian bridges.
Are coming under fire in Kuwait today. Iran struck a power and desalination plant there, prompting urgent public warnings from the government. Those warnings were to conserve water and electricity even as temperatures soar into the mid-40s on the Celsius scale. Iran also says it targeted U.S. assets in Oman, Jordan and elsewhere, and it is threatening the ports of its Gulf neighbors. This all coming after an escalation in U.S. attacks, including strikes on bridges in the south of Iran in what was a sixth straight night of bombing. CNN's Nick Robertson joining us today from Jerusalem. And Nick, 30 days after the, very what felt like historic signing of that MOU, it does seem as if things have escalated in a way that makes it feel very uncomfortable in region. What do you make of these developments and where we are at?
I think, obviously, we're on an escalatory military cycle. I think that because neither side has said we're outrightly scrapping the MOU sort of remains marginalized completely on the sidelines of these military operations, but it's still a document that's intact, and one can possibly see a time where either side can recommend going back to that, having decided that through the military means at the moment they're not getting where they want to. So I think on the diplomatic front, that document, although it's no use to anyone at the moment, can be, again, useful in the future because it is the blueprint for the way out of the current situation. But if you just look at the range of these strikes that are going on and break it down very, very simply here, both sides have a reason for hitting the targets that they hit. Iran says it hits U.S. military bases and assets in the region. Clearly, last night, it hit a civilian facility in Kuwait that is a huge vulnerability for all Gulf countries, the desalination and power plants that go with them that provide the AC, that provide the clean water that people drink. For most of the Gulf countries, these are absolutely essential and indispensable. So they're a massive pressure point. So Iran's ratcheted up to that level. If you look at what the United States is doing and understand how militaries work, they won't just be throwing their munitions around, we'll put some here, we'll put some there. They'll be thinking of what are we planning on doing next week? Where do we think we might be in a week's time or 2 weeks' time? So we'll have operations that shape us towards that. Number one, making sure that the Strait of Hormuz Hormuz is going to be safe for the travel of vessels, which means taking out infrastructure, port facilities along the Strait of Hormuz. But it's going beyond that. It's trying to get to the infrastructure that links those areas around the Strait of Hormuz, particularly
America hits civilian infrastructure first? Yes. America is taking Iran up the escalation ladder. I see a lot of people in the chat asking, like, why aren't they striking Israel? Why aren't they striking Israel? Okay, that's part of the reason why they're not striking Israel. They're only going tit for tat. America hits military installations and radar facilities. They strike back at radar facilities and military installations in the Gulf. If Israel were to join back on the conflict, if Israel were to get involved in these rounds of strikes, they would start hitting Israel as well. So they're holding on to all of their cards. They're not trying to blow their load. I think it's a fairly smart and fairly reliable tactic. I think it's a fairly smart and fairly reliable tactic. They're only hitting countries that are actually using HIMARS and using their American military bases to hit. Give me your load. Okay. God, I got to stop using terms like this. They're only going up the escalation ladder if America increases the intensity. If America expands on the strike targets and starts hitting civilian territory, then they respond in kind. Okay? Because remember, while Iran is winning this, as far as we can see and observe, that doesn't change the reality that, like, Iran could not militarily withstand the United States of America if the United States of America was far removed and was not financially involved with these Gulf states. Iran can only hit whatever it can hit within its reach. Okay? So obviously, the proximity to Iran makes it a lot more difficult for Iran to hit Israel and virtually impossible for Iran to hit the United States of America. Right? So that's the reason why they're hitting the Gulf states, because the Gulf states are allowing American munitions to be launched from their territories. So Iran is responding in kind.
Bandar Abbas and some of the other ports along there to deeper inside of Iran, as well as denying other ports, as well as targeting Bushehr, where there is an Iranian military airbase.
I covered this yesterday.
Which is about less than 1 minute's fighter jet flight.
Max Fisher, China quietly saved the world last month. Dude, what is happening? The Donald Harris team is going nutty mode. Maybe they're no longer CIA. I covered this yesterday. But yes, China saved Israel's ass. Popstonox tweet is making you look very bad, my dude. Give him the boss call. I already did. I thought he fucking deleted it. I don't know why he does stuff like that from time to time. Okay. Well, I don't know what I actually don't even know what you're referencing, to be honest. It could be any number of different fucking tweets. The Postinox tweets off of my stream. You think it's because USA cuts? You think it's because USA cuts came in, USA defunded? So Donald was like, I got to find a new source of revenue? No, I'm just kidding. I guess it's because, the CIA is China, the deep state, according to Donald Trump. So maybe that's what's going on. That's what's up.
From Karg Island, which again has been floated in the deep past as a possible target. That's where we seem to be.
Yeah, and Tehran issuing threats over the Gulf's oil lifeline at this point. It does seem as if it is, though, widening its target list. Syria, Iraq, Jordan. We already know that it's targeted Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, of course, and Oman. But I wonder what the message is here. do you think, from Iran in widening that lens, widening the scope of these targets outside of the Gulf?
Yeah, it's what's often called the escalatory ladder, isn't it? You know, you target just a couple of Gulf countries in the beginning. It's been Kuwait, it was Bahrain. Now it's up to a former U.S. base, Al Tanf, inside of Syria. That hadn't been struck before. It's interesting that Saudi Arabia hasn't been struck so far in this round, and Saudi Arabia normally considers itself at the top of that escalatory ladder. But Iran threatening to hit ports in the region, threatening these sort of highest value, most prized asset that's mostly been outside of the war in Saudi Arabia, Yambo port there, where the oil exports go through, where exports to the Red Sea and imports, frankly, as well, come into the country, come into the region, as well as Jebel Ali, a principal port in the Emirates, where you are. That would be a huge blow for the Emiratis if Iran was to continue to go after that Hamad port in Qatar. Just a number of ports in the region. And I think if we think back to those days at the beginning of April, just before the ceasefire came into play, I think it was the 8th or 9th of April, what Iran did on the last night of strikes was to strike sort of the deepest and send significant messages of what it was still capable of. So it sent the warning then, and now it's saying, you know we can do this. We're putting it on the table. So yes, we're in a cycle of escalation.
Let's discuss this and more with CNN senior military analyst, the former NATO Supreme Allied Commander, retired Admiral James Stavridis. Admiral, thanks very much for joining us. Many of these bridges in Iran that were targeted by the U.S. were on routes connected to the city of Bandar Abbas, which is home to an Iranian military naval base, as you well know. What does that signal to you about the U.S. strategy that's unfolding right now?
Two things. Well, first, it is going to attempt to cut off, to kill the assets that could be used to close the Strait of Hormuz. I've been to Bandar Abbas before the revolution. Obviously, it's a very important naval port for the Iranians, and cutting it off has high military utility. So point one, go after the places where the Iranians have weapons systems that help them close the strait. Point two, in general, going after infrastructure like bridges, roads, puts economic pressure on Iran. I think that
it is kind of funny when they the only time these guys recognize infrastructure being struck as a war crime is if Iran is retaliating to American war crimes. It's so funny. They just straight up will be like, you know, in a brilliant and excellent move, the United States of America is tactically engaging in what people might consider to be a war crime potentially, but those people are naysayers. We like to call it economic pressure. But of course, Iran's retaliation is war crime of the absolute magnitude. No one has ever seen a war crime so bad. Like in the same fucking breath, they're like, yeah, you know, when we hit those bridges, it's awesome. It's glorious. When they retaliate in kind, well, then that's unacceptable. Very bad. Someone should put an end to it. Maybe we should blow up more bridges, actually. We should blow up more Iranian bridges.
is part of the administration's strategy here to get Iran back to the table. In a phrase, what they're doing is escalate in order to de-escalate, meaning go after economic targets, military targets, put pressure on more attacks with the hope that you can then de-escalate and the Iranians will come back to the table. That's the strategy.
And as you know, Iran is now retaliating big time with attacks on various U.S. military assets across the Gulf region. The Iranian military claims it targeted a U.S. air base in Qatar and for the first time a U.S. base in Syria. It also says it destroyed a long-range radar system and several U.S. refueling aircraft. If all of this is true, Admiral, how...
Remind me, which organization did Wolf Blitzer work for in the past? Oh, well, I don't know why you asked that question. Is it perhaps... I wonder if you're asking me that question because Wolf Blitzer may have in the past worked for a little-known organization by the name of AIPAC. Yeah. Perhaps that's the reason why you're asking that question. I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at a CV. It's in front of me right now, and it says he worked for AIPAC. So I guess maybe that's why, I mean, we still love Wolf Blitzer. Put some respect on it. That's my GOAT. But yeah, he was the GOAT of AIPAC for the longest time. Anyway, Mark Ames says the U.S. war of aggression on Iran is what Nuremberg trials called the supreme international crime among war crimes. The U.S. assassination of a head of state, Khamenei, is a grave war crime. These fresh U.S. crimes are never acknowledged as such in U.S. media or among serious people. Under the law of armed conflict, some power plants and bridges can be lawful military targets if they provide a concrete military advantage, but threatening to destroy all of them to force negotiation would likely violate distinction, proportionality, and military necessity. Wow. You think? I for one, am shocked to hear that when Donald Trump said we're going to wipe out the Iranian civilization permanently, that was a threat. That was a direct genocidal threat. A direct genocidal threat issued by the American president, who has continuously taken credit for war crimes that he has committed and also continued to posture as though he will commit more war crimes. IRGC claims to destroy U.S. drone depot in Bahrain and main artificial intelligence center in Bahrain, claiming it was used by the U.S. to commit war crimes. Yeah, but when we do it, it's well, depending on the severity of it, it's either a war oopsie or a war good. When they do it, it's a war crime. When we do it, it's a war. I don't know, a war law, a war legal thing that people do during war. Or if it's a really bad one, it's a war oopsie, like the Minob school is now in the bracket. It went from good thing to, it went from war crime to war fine, and then it turned into a war oopsie. That's the most you're gonna get. Anyway. Yeah, a war oof. A war goof and a war oof.
How does this impact the U.S. military's abilities in the region?
So far, we have sufficient combat power in order to overcome the level of strikes you're seeing from Iran. And let's be honest here about the numbers. The U.S. is launching dozens and dozens of strikes a day at this point, far less than during the initial wave, but 100, 200 strikes a day. Iran is responding with 10, maybe 15 strikes. So over time, that's going to...
I personally love CNN always showing our healthcare lighting on fire. I like that at least we know where the money's going. You know what I mean? Because you might be thinking, like, I pay so much in taxes. Where does it go? Well, you're watching it light on fire, okay? It's fantastic. That's your public schools, that's your roads, that's your healthcare. Because obviously money is not infinite. It's got to go somewhere. And it's clear that this is what we keep putting the money into. There it is. Up in smoke. That's clean water in Flint, Michigan. That's the potholes on your roads. That's the unreliable infrastructure. That's the unhardened infrastructure when anthropogenic climate change kicks in and you have increasingly worse tornadoes, hurricanes, and the like, flooding. That's your retirement lighting on fire. That's your lack of internet when you're thinking to yourself, I live in a first world nation, as I thought I lived in, and yet I don't have reliable public transit. I don't have decent infrastructure. I don't have decent internet. Where did it go? That's where it is. It's awesome.
Favor the U.S. military capacity to continue these strikes. However, it does show the Iranians are increasing their ability to go after their neighbors. That ought to concern us, because if they start going after Gulf oil and gas infrastructure, that'll have big economic downside for the Western economies as well.
Yeah, so far they're going after U.S. military sites in these friendly Arab Gulf nations like the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Kuwait, Oman, elsewhere.
Yeah, sometimes you can actually watch it blow a load in real time. The UAE MOD claimed that they responded to an accidental fire at a warehouse at Zayed Military City. It turns out there were 3 warehouses, and they look more likely to have been struck by missiles or drones. There's the CRAM footage if you want to watch that too. Here it is. Another drone attack has hit the U.S. base in Erbil. The CRAM system failed to intercept a likely Shahed 136. That's fucking crazy. Dude, these people have to live like this, man. That's crazy. Imagine you're just at a fucking wedding. You're at a wedding in Erbil, and all of a sudden, the sky lights up. You hear brrr. You hear a Chuck Schumer style fart in the distance. The type of fart that you've only heard from Chuck Schumer when he's, on the podium on the floor of the Senate. You look up at the sky. It looks like fireworks. It's not. It's CRAM. That's American tax dollars being lit on fire, failing to intercept. Brrr. I feel like a CRAM should be able to hit a drone. Like, what? Are we this cooked? I mean, we have watched many CRAM failures in the last 140 days. Yeah, $27 a bullet. That little fireworks show that you watched is, a couple grand. CRAM is dog shit. Here's the problem. Most of these defenses are dog shit because defense is mostly just a hope and a dream. Anti-air defense is hope and a dream for the most part. It's quite difficult. Like it's actually a fairly impressive feat that the Iron Dome system is so successful at intercepting rocket propelled grenades and small missiles and things of that nature. It's just difficult. It's difficult to intercept these things, especially when Iran knows the technology that's readily available and has designed around it. Because the nuclear proliferation doesn't stop with just building a robust arsenal of nuclear weapons, right? You're a scumbag that belongs in jail. Lemao, Young Turks are named after a terrorist group. I'm pretty sure Ahmad will remove this before he sees this, but I hope he sees it. Wait, why am I'm a scumbag that belongs in jail because of what? The Young Turks? I don't even work there anymore. Is that what we're doing now? We're just... shouldn't you be at least a little bit in favor of free speech? I thought this is what the right wanted. The right has pivoted away from, we love defending free speech to why. No, I don't. That's why I asked you. Why am I a scumbag that belongs in jail? Please enlighten us. Is this still Epstein's fury? Well, not really. This is post MOU, so I don't know if they're going to come up with a new and cool name or if they're just rehashing Epic Fury. Woke MAGA, folks. Woke MAGA. I like that we also are talking about, bipartisan consensus around lighting this guy's tax dollars on fire. And I'm in the process of explaining to him that, this is why you don't have reliable infrastructure. This is why the rural hospitals are closing in your neighborhood. You know what I mean? And God forbid you or a loved one has a medical incident. They have to literally send in a helicopter to probably fly you, 100 miles away. And he's like, no, I hate you, man. I fucking hate you. We could find an area of agreement here, right? Like, this is supposed to be an area of agreement. I thought we all agreed that it's just totally unnecessary to waste billions of dollars every day on senseless war that only hurts you, whether you live in Europe or America. I assume you probably live in Europe, but I mean, you're still cooked, right? You're cooked because this fucks your gas prices, right? This makes your life harder. And you didn't have a say in it at all, and neither did I, neither did any of us. That's kind of the point. And it's strange that instead of like identifying that issue and recognizing how it harms him personally, he's like, nah, I'm going to fucking shoot the messenger. I hate this guy. And I asked, what is the problem? And he said, you know why, and that's it. No response. Very strange.
In the region. These are all very close friends, allies of the United States. The U.S. has major bases in the United Arab Emirates and in Qatar at Camp Asaliya, the El Udeid Air Base. I've been to those facilities. They're really home to much of the U.S. military central command in that region. And the Iranians keep attacking those U.S. sites. This is very significant, isn't it?
It is indeed. And I want to draw a line under one other kind of troubling item that's surfacing, and that is Iran starting to talk about closing not the Strait of Hormuz, which they've effectively done, but closing what is called the Bab el-Mandeb. It's at the very bottom of the map you're showing, at the bottom of the Arabian Peninsula, the bottom of the Red Sea. They've got the Houthis there who have capability to attack commercial shipping. If you close that choke point, that closes effectively the Suez Canal right under the word Israel on your map. That is a major global choke point, just like the Strait of Hormuz. If the
Iran claims U.S. soldiers captured or dead. CENTCOM denies it. Yeah, I don't believe that unless we see it. No U.S. troops in the region recently killed or captured, says CENTCOM. U.S. military has denied Iran's claims of killing U.S. soldiers in Syria, according to a CENTCOM post on X. Iran said it killed U.S. troops stationed at a base in El Tanf. You're always pointing fingers, and when you point one, three point back. Do I think the government spends our money properly? No. But you call for violence among other people. I never said shoot the messenger. I never called for violence against you, but yeah, you are about to get linked up for going to Cuba on a humanitarian defense against communism. And I try to respond, but your chatters just lit me up. Wait, I always point fingers. Yeah, I point fingers at the super powerful and super wealthy institutions, organizations, and corporations that dominate society, that have designed this society in an unjustifiable way, in a way that is so unjustifiable that even you recognize that it's like totally fucked up. That's it. And then those guys turn around and tune up people like yourself into believing that I'm actually your enemy. I'm not. Dude, you are the super wealthy socialist? Yes, brother. I am the wealthiest person in the country. You're right. You are a hypocrite. Brother, number one, even if I was this like immensely powerful and wealthy person that you think I am, okay, that still wouldn't change what I'm talking about, would it? Like, let's say I was a billionaire, right? And I, as a billionaire, for some weird reason, spent every waking moment talking about how's your multiple houses doing? I don't have multiple houses. I have one house for myself and my family. Again, don't you feel like if you have to make up all of these different things to get mad about, wouldn't it be far easier to either not pay attention at all or to actually suck it up for a brief moment, pay attention to what I'm saying, and then recognize that we probably agree on a lot more than you think we do. Okay? That's the question. That's the question. Because I didn't make you broke. I didn't make you angry. Someone told you should be angry at me instead of the people that I'm pointing the finger of blame at. And oftentimes, the people that I'm pointing the finger of blame at are very powerful individuals, Elon Musk and the like. Okay? They run the show. They run the society. And they don't like it when they're acknowledged for their contributions to the pain that you experience on a daily basis. So they very easily turn around and boost the algorithm in a way to just be like, you know who's actually the real person that is responsible for all the pain you're going through? Some random fucking Twitch streamer. He's the wealthiest and most powerful person. He's a super wealthy socialist and a hypocrite. Unless they're on Joe Rogan, which I'd bet $20 this dude loves. Yeah, Joe Rogan, who is 1,000 times wealthier than I am, constantly will, turn on his podcast and talk about how all these like pedophilic billionaires are dope. He has them on his show. What? I will concede, we do probably agree on a lot, but you've been doing this for a long time. You are part of the society, but dude, you are a hypocrite. No, brother, I'm not. And if you scratch the surface of your commentary that you've been conditioned into believing, you would recognize that that's not the case. Okay? It's okay. Ask yourself why, if you agree with me, what has primed you into thinking that I'm your enemy? Now ask yourself, the other people that have primed you into getting angry at me, do you agree with them? You just posted a clip saying you joined the JRE camp again because he said something you agree with against Vance. Yes, that's called a joke, my man. That's called a joke. I'm capable of doing those. I promise you, the people that you have been conditioned into hating are capable of laughter. They're capable of joy. They're capable of cracking fucking jokes. They're capable of being sarcastic. Not everything that I say is 100% serious, okay? I know that my tone doesn't change too much between sarcasm and serious commentary, so it takes a little bit of getting used to. But another way that a lot of people prime individuals like yourself into thinking that I'm your fucking enemy, even though you literally probably agree with me on 99% of issues, okay, is by doing that. By claiming that I'm actually incapable of nuance, incapable of hyperbole, incapable of the utilization of a metaphor, incapable of fucking crafting jokes every now and then, being sarcastic, you know? That's what this is. You're being duped. It's okay. You can continue hating me. That's fine. You know, it's not the end of the world. There are plenty of people who do. But when you come in here and you listen, all I ask for you is to just take a deep breath and listen to what I have to say and make up your own mind. You're an independent thinker. I believe in you. Okay? I believe in you. I believe in your capability of thinking independently. Someone primed you into thinking that I'm your fucking enemy. Just stick around, listen to what I have to say. Don't pay attention to the chat. And make up your own mind. Plenty of people in this community have come in here just like you, with this idea that I'm like this horrible person, this monster. I'm constantly agitating for violence. And then they listen in, day out, and they begin to realize that maybe they were wrong. Maybe they were told that I was something, that I represented something that I actually do not. Okay? Don't be a sheep. Be an independent thinker. I know you can.
Can push the Houthis into doing that. You've opened a new front, a Western front, if you will, in this war. So that is one to watch and one to be concerned about in the weeks ahead.
In his address, his primetime televised address last night, the president said one sentence, and it was a total of about 7 seconds, we checked, related to the war with Iran. In his nearly 27-minute speech overall. When he first announced he was going to give a televised address, I thought it would be on the war with Iran, but it wasn't. It was on election, so-called election interference. Was that, in your view, a missed opportunity for President Trump?
It was, and the numbers are very clear on this. This war is unpopular across the entire political spectrum. President Trump's own popularity overall is as low as it's been throughout his 2 terms of the presidency. And I think Americans just don't have a sense of what's the exit strategy, what's the end game here. And when you start getting those questions from the public, that's the time to do that nationally televised address and reassure people and tell them you have a plan and tell them what the next step is. I'm with you. That's what I was hoping to hear when I
mean, when these guys are even being subtly critical, slightly critical about what Trump is doing, which, by the way, is only in the interest of one country and one country only, Israel, right? Europe doesn't like this. Europe wants a ceasefire. The Gulf nations don't want this. They want a ceasefire. They don't want their critical infrastructure at risk of being bombed by Iran. Iran doesn't want this. Well, Iran might want to continue it, to be fair, so that they can actually force their position of leverage, because they are, as long as this war continues, obviously, they're punishing they're punishing Donald Trump. Bro, EU still blames Iran? No, that's EU leadership. Okay? It doesn't matter. EU leadership saying, oh, this is still Iran's fault. Iran, please just eat the missiles and shut the fuck up, is not actually a convincing message for the average person. Okay? The European Union is a consortium of vassalized states. Their leadership are not going to speak out against the United States of America. They're not going to speak out against Israel. But that doesn't mean anything in the grand scheme of things, because Europeans living in Europe, in the European continent, in the countries, they have independently arrived at the correct conclusion that this is happening because America is forcing Iran's hand. And also, there's tremendous volatility regardless of who's to blame, right? Tremendous volatility when you don't have access to diesel, when diesel prices have skyrocketed. That means commerce is going to, that means inflation is going to happen. Because diesel is necessary for logistics. Those trucks that carry your food into your grocery stores, they rely on diesel. They rely on diesel prices maintaining some level of stability. If it's no longer stable, if the prices are going up because there's not enough, there's still the same level of demand, but not enough supply, of course, diesel prices are going to skyrocket. Farmers can't run their tractors. Logistics companies can't fuel their trucks. There's not enough fertilizer to go around for agricultural output.
Caught a snippet of a televised presidential address. It's about elections. Those are important, but I think the public would, at this point, like to hear what's the next move in the Middle East.
Yeah, in his 7 seconds on the war in Iran, he basically said the U.S. is winning. That was about it. All right, Admiral James Stavridis, thank you so much for joining us as usual.
Who is Andy Burnham, the man who went from Manchester's mayor to the UK's next prime minister? All right, before we get to that, let's cover some more situation monitoring related events and incidents, specifically monitoring the situation. I guess, should we even look at this? I mean, I basically covered this. Like, China has the largest oil reserves known. The largest strategic oil reserves in the world, and they cut down their imports by a third in order to maintain low prices, so that all the readily available oil in the marketplace could go to other countries, and that they would not have to pay so much money. I guess that's the video, right?
I know AI.
That's the whole video, I suspect. Yeah, China is propping up the world economy by importing a lot less oil. When this article first came out on June 10th by the Wall Street Journal, this was considered a very controversial one. A lot of people got mad and they said, how dare you? The only reason why China is they're cutting their imports by a third is because they simply can't get it because the strait is closed. But the reality is there was still oil that was, that was being shipped out to other countries. And the reason for why is because China was no longer purchasing that oil. That's what happens. They stabilized prices for the rest of the world and actually gave Trump a good deal of time as well in the process. Now, this also gives China tremendous leverage over the oil markets, because if they were to increase their imports once again, I mean, this would be a tremendous pressure point. A tremendous pressure point that they could apply by being like, look, we gotta refill our strategic petroleum reserves. We're buying the oil again, and they have tremendous purchasing power as opposed to all these other countries. All of a sudden, those other countries are going to be competing for a lot less oil, and in that competition, they're going to have to chase the highest prices possible, and the cost of Brent crude is going to skyrocket far beyond the levels that it already has. Everybody's fighting smart except the U.S. Yeah. Two factors. Sina Tusi says 2 factors help cushion the economic fallout since Trump's February attack on Iran and the Hormuz disruption: strategic oil reserves and weaker Chinese oil demand. Both are now moving in the wrong direction for Trump, with Chinese imports just reportedly beginning to recover. Yeah. The moment that China says, I've had enough, or decides we need more oil, we need to, we care about our national security, we care about our national interests, we have to refill our strategic petroleum reserve. Sorry, rest of the world. It's fucked. All of a sudden, prices are going to skyrocket. I don't know what the Iranian internal dynamics that this person is talking about are, but there is this that I wanted to get to. Murtaza Hussein reports the Gulf bases are being hit harder in this round because the previous campaign failed to destroy the Iranian missile cities and also relied on a division of labor between the U.S. and Israeli air forces to suppress launcher fire, which meant smaller salvos. Similarly, in the 12-day war, missile attacks from Iran towards Israel took place in larger salvos because U.S. aircraft were not involved in suppressing launch sites. Disabling bases closer to Iran and forcing operations to be carried out from more distant locations or carriers would also further reduce the sortie rate and the intensity of the current campaign. So if you're wondering why Iran is just like cratering bases and stuff, and you feel like it's an unnecessary thing that they're engaging in, it's because the longer it takes and the more risky it is for these for the U.S. Air Force to potentially fly over near Iran or on top of Iranian missile sites, the harder it is and the more risk it carries. And that's the reason why Iran keeps dumping drones onto these strato tankers, or even an F-35, as we saw one squawking just yesterday. That's it. The Iranian Navy released its first ever official strike footage on a commercial ship showing a drone attack on a Thai-flagged oil tanker in the Strait of Hormuz after it allegedly ignored warnings and transited without Iranian authorization, according to Tasnim. It comes as Strait of Hormuz traffic continues to collapse. On the 16th of July, just 8 confirmed vessels crossed the strait, a 3-week low. Most used the Iranian route, while none transited via the Omani route, according to marine traffic. Brent crude has now risen above $88 a barrel. Here's the footage. So, Thai Pro US, no, none of the flags are relevant. Okay, the flag of the ship is totally irrelevant. They're carrying oil. The country that it's going to is more relevant, and the logistics company that it is actually a part of is more relevant than anything else. Anyway, here's Trita Parsi talking to Katie Halper Let's take a look.
You had a recent article. You published it on Monday on responsible statecraft, and you write, for all practical purposes, the U.S.-Iran memorandum of misunderstanding is over. The dispute over how to manage the Strait of Hormuz in the interim has pushed the two sides back into open war, but to what end? So can you expand on this?
Yeah, so look, I mean, they're targeting each other, perhaps not at the exact same level as we saw during the war. I've not seen the U.S. strike at Tehran, for instance. But nevertheless, you know, this is certainly not a ceasefire. Trump is speaking as if he wants to go on with this for weeks. He's talking about the other side in a manner as if it's not worthy to make a deal with them. The Iranians are shooting at ships. Trump is reimposing the blockade. The U.S. withdrew the general license that allowed the Iranians to sell oil. So for all practical purpose, you know, all the things that this memorandum was supposed to put in place are more or less gone at this point. But I'm not seeing what will be achieved militarily within a reasonable time frame that would change the fundamentals of the situation so that if they go back to the table, it would break the deadlock and the U.S. would be able to get its way at the negotiating. I just don't see it. In fact, when you take a look at the starting point of this, the U.S. is in a worse position in many different ways. Not that it's weak, not that it's not stronger than Iran, not that its economy or industrial base is not much larger. But at the end of the day, if the Iranians close the strait, which they now have done, oil prices are going to go up again. And last time, the world had actually very high inventory of oil. The U.S.'s strategic petroleum reserve was essentially full. Now it's been, to a large extent, depleted. And during the MOU, only 5% of global capacity.
And that's precisely the reason why post-MOU, America's actually coming at this war from a much weaker position, because they don't even have a cushion. They have nothing to rely on. And every day this war continues, every day that oil tankers don't transit through the Strait of Hormuz is another day where America is burning its strategic supply. And it's nearing critical levels. It's getting closer and closer to critical levels every single day. Now, of course, as we've talked about already, America could just stop exports at some point, which would destroy the global markets. Okay? If the United States stopped exports to what do you call it? My phone died, so you're against war with Iraq or Afghanistan or Iran, and I agree with that. So are you for with Syria or Yemen or Hillary assassinated Gaddafi? Is this why you're a hypocrite? I do think we could agree on a lot. You jump to call me the woke left, but you've made these arguments in the past. Wait, what? Brother, I'm going to keep it $150 with you. I think you don't know what my position is at all, because you just described a bunch of things that I don't agree with. Are you for with Syria or Yemen or Hillary assassinated Gaddafi? What? No, I wasn't in favor of any of the American interventions in the region. I'm always against those American interventions. You think I like Hillary Clinton? What the hell? I think Hillary Clinton should be in prison.
Capacity of inventory was restocked. So we're not talking about a situation in which during that month, the restocking became so significant that Trump could comfortably go to war again. No. So once oil prices start to go up again, the runway that the U.S. will have economically before that crisis, the economic crisis becomes acute, is much, much shorter. Add to that we're only 2 months away from the midterm elections, whereas we were 10 months away from it.
Why do all your haters know nothing about you? Because they don't actually listen. They come in here to just be like, you're a fucking piece of shit who needs to go to prison, and that's it. And the only interaction they have with my commentary is from a network of people who have made it their lives mission to just lie about what my positions are. Professional misunderstanders. They just watch clips. They watch clips. They don't even pay attention to what I'm actually saying. And they have no charitability, because why should they have any charitability to me? I'm just a random fucking rich, socialist, hypocritical asshole from their perspective. And then that's it. But if they were to actually sit here and listen to what I have to say, they'd be like, okay, what the fuck? I don't know why I hated this guy. Okay, then maybe I don't understand your positions. Didn't you campaign for Hillary against Trump? I do listen. I'm listening now, so clarify your position for me. Yes, I hate Hillary Rodham Clinton, and yet I understandably said that Hillary Rodham Clinton would be far better than Donald Trump, which I stand by. It's a position that I stand by. Donald Trump in the first term did a bunch of horrible things. Hillary Clinton would be horrible too, but at least, less horrible than Donald Trump, I guess. But I did not campaign for Hillary Clinton. I just, endorsed Hillary Clinton over Donald Trump. It's also 2026. I can't believe you're still bringing up 2016.
When the war started last time, you realize that Trump, if he thinks there's a military solution, he needs to achieve it in the next 2 weeks. And I just don't see any way that there's any type of a military strategy that he has.
Like, for example, if you're confused as to why this Iran stuff is happening right now, you can directly blame Trump 1 for it. Because what did Donald Trump do? Donald Trump was always Israel's most loyal servant, okay? Even during Trump 1, he was Israel's most loyal servant. He was far more pro-Israel than Barack Obama ever was. He was far more pro-Israel than most likely how Hillary Clinton would operate. As a big if, but there's never been a president like Donald Trump, with the exception of Joe Biden, I guess, that loves Israel. Okay, Donald Trump came into power, ripped apart the JCPOA. Okay, and instead of continuing to further normalize relations with Iran, ripped apart the JCPOA, implemented the Abraham Accords, which is a direct through line to October 7. Okay, and recognized the permanently annexed territory of Golan Heights that Israel had seized illegally from Syria, and totally wrote out the Palestinians from the conversation, which is part of the reason why October 7 happened. He was horrible. I mean, he killed Qasem Soleimani. He assassinated Qasem Soleimani. That was a huge deal as well at the time. He did a whole... He was a warmonger. Moved the embassy to Jerusalem. That was a huge deal as well. Blow after blow after blow to any confidence people might have in negotiating with the United States of America or Israel. It emboldened Israel tremendously. He did that. That was just Trump 1. Biden's biggest issue was that he continued with Donald Trump's foreign policy agenda instead of reversing some of these dangerous decisions. And then Trump 2 came around, and, well, here are the results. Donald Trump greatly escalated, got goaded into striking Iran and decapitating its leadership, committed a litany of war crimes, basically backed Iran to a corner that they had to fight out of. And it turns out they did have more smoke than we gave them credit. Backed Iran into a corner, and Iran had to close the Strait of Hormuz. For 47 years, Iran had not closed the Strait of Hormuz. Donald Trump reversed that overnight by launching Operation Epic Fury. So if you're wondering how we're currently staring down the barrel of an energy crisis at the global level, Donald Trump did that. Long sequence of mistakes, giving Israel no accountability whatsoever, allowing them to do whatever the fuck they want over and over and over again, from Trump 1 to Trump 2. And these are the results. So yes, while I think Hillary Rodham Clinton is a warmonger of epic proportions and is the butcher of Libya, at the end of the day, she probably would have been a little bit more restrained than Donald Trump. 2026 is like me bringing up next Tuesday. Yeah, Obama ran a drone war against the Middle East and still didn't bomb Iran. I get that's terrible by him. Honestly, I think Trump's second term is not good at all. I think his first term was bad too. So why take a political stance at all? I personally think all of our politics are corrupt by warmonger Zionists. Do we agree on that? I mean, I think that people who have unlimited fealty to the nation state of Israel and its greater Israel project to varying degrees are in positions of great power. And Israel does have an outsized influence on American politics. Yes. Dog, you called me a terrorist. Why do you think people call me a terrorist? It's because of the, I guess, agreement that we have over the outsized influence that Israel has on American foreign policy and even the influence that Israel has over domestic policy. You're repeating positions that you heard from others who fucking hate me for a position that you and I agree on. This happens way more frequently than you would think, by the way. There are so many people out there who literally are just like, yo, fuck Israel. I can't believe Israel is like goaded us into waging war in the Middle East. This is fucking unbelievable, blah, 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 all this shit. And then they will, without a shred of irony, without even recognizing what they're doing, will turn around and be like, you're a fucking terrorist, piece of shit. Where do you think that commentary comes from? It comes from other people, either willingly or without realizing what they're doing, channeling the Zionist Hasbara machine, internalizing it. It's that packaged with Islamophobia. That's where it comes from.
As the war has come up with that actually would achieve that. In fact, when we look at what's happening, it seems like he's just angry and he's telling this military, I want to see constant reports that you're bombing something in Iran. But, you know, just blindly bombing stuff, even if you destroy a lot of stuff, does not in any way, shape, or form amount to a strategic victory. That is the key lesson that should have been learned at least by the previous war. And one of the big differences, of course, now is with the hindsight that didn't exist back in February, it should have taken into account that hindsight and come to a different decision than what he made.
So why isn't this being incorporated, this hindsight?
I have no idea as to why. I have a guess, and I guess is that Trump is looking for a constant flow, an assembly line of good news and progress in diplomacy. And if he doesn't get it, he grows tired, he gets frustrated, he gets criticized by his hawkish base, by the pro-Israel crowd, and he loses his patience and he says, screw this, let's go back to war. He just does a 180. And after a while, he will get tired of war because that's not going to give him any benefits either. And then he's going to try to go back to the negotiating table.
Right.
My fear for him, though, is that next time he wants to go to the negotiating table, I'm not so sure the Iranians will come. They will drag, or even if they show up, they're going to drag it out even further. And I would suspect that they would not agree to a deal or perhaps even agree to come to the table until right before or after the midterms in order to maximize the political damage done to Trump.
Right. Yeah. Very frightening. It reminds me actually of something that a few years ago now, I was interviewing John Mearsheimer and I asked him about why the proxy war was going on so long, given that Ukraine was losing. And his point was that, like, one of the things he thought, I mean, obviously there's interest in bleeding Russia, et cetera, but was that people were so cocky about being able to win it. And they're so embarrassed by the fact that they haven't, that it's almost like, what is it, sunken cost theory or something? Like they keep fighting and they're keeping fighting in the hopes that they'll win, but it's just dragging it on. And in some ways backfiring. At least in the case of Trump, I think you could say it's backfiring.
I certainly think so. And I think he has a degree of confidence because his core supporters and base, the ones that are currently at least the Fox News watching part of his base, now the Tucker Carlson watching part of his base, are still with him, despite all of these different developments. But we got to keep in mind, Trump used the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to buffer against the worst economic consequences of this war.
Yeah.
And he did a lot of different things. Of course, also a lot of oral interventions in the markets in which he just suddenly said, we're going to have a deal tomorrow, all of these different things to manipulate the market. I don't think that's going to work again, nor does he have.
You think he's potentially continuing the war so he can use it to implement martial law if things get bad during the elections? I don't think so. I think that it's far more consequential. Like, continuing this war is far more consequential for him. It makes it less likely because he doesn't have any popular mandate whatsoever. He's draining his base. He's draining his base of whatever kind of support that he could have. In order to implement martial law in a country like the United States of America, you either need to implement like a devastating false flag attack, or you have to have a base of trust. I'll give you an example. The Iranian government would have collapsed in the last round of protests if they did not have the capacity to mobilize their popular base of support. Because the IRGC, regardless of its many critics, both inside of Iran and outside of Iran, still has a popular base of support, like the 20 to 30% of Iranian society that give it its legitimacy, that give it its power. Donald Trump, every single day that goes on, is losing his popular base of support, and especially you got to also factor in the reality that Americans are not capable of mobilizing in large numbers like that in any way, shape, or form. It makes it all the less likely that Donald Trump can make these crazy decisions like implementing a martial law.
Enough of the strategic reserve in place in order to be able to shield it away. And if this thing drags on till the midterms, I think that's where, he will really hurt with his own base, something that he so far has not seen.
So interestingly, and kind of surprisingly, honestly, Senate Democrats blocked an effort to advance Trump's National Defense Authorization Act, bringing the one...
Yeah, I don't care about the rest of this stuff because the NDA and all that stuff, we've covered it extensively. I just wanted to hear what Trita's thoughts are on the latest in the tit for tat. You keep saying 20 to 30%, bro. 13 million people showed up to Khamenei's funeral. Khamenei's funeral. I think it's worth revisiting what you think you know about that country now. No. I said 20 to 30% base of support before Operation Epic Fury. Of course, that number has grown a lot. All right. Let's hear from Andy Burnham. There's also an interview. We're going to talk about the drama in Wisconsin because the Wisconsin Democratic Party is scrambling right now. But let's do a brief Andy Burnham.
Burnham probably has like a set of values, a set of principles about trying to make the country fairer, trying to bring people out of poverty, that he really does believe in.
We now come to Andy Burnham, member for Makerfield.
But I think if he had like an incredibly clear idea of what he wanted to do with the country, like what is it that ails the country and how am I going to fix it with my agenda? I think if he had that, we would know about it now. Like we wouldn't be guessing about it and talking about it. Like it would just be clear as day. And I don't think it is. The biggest problem he faces is that a whole range of people across the Labour movement and in the country have projected onto Andy Burnham their hopes and their fantasies about how the country should be run and what Labour should stand for and what Andy Burnham stands for.
He's not scared of locking horns with people. And, everybody thinks Andy's this nice, cheeky, chappy guy. But trust me, when he wants something... Well, we've seen it. He's always wanted to be PM, haven't we? When he wants something, he tends to get it.
Thank you very much, everybody.
We'll see.
In the last few hours.
We'll see his performance. Who's Andy Burnham, the next UK Prime Minister?
The UK's Labour Party has announced a new leader. Former Mayor of Greater Manchester, Andy Burnham, who is already setting the tone for what his leadership will look like. Have a listen.
We are united and we put the power.
Yeah. Burnham spoke for 20 minutes as Labor's new leader. Gaza got 0 words. Palestine got 0 words. Silence so total. On the day you take power is a decision, says Claudia Webb. Ben Mack, why the hell would he mention either of those things? The sooner they're forgotten and the country gets back to focusing on its own problems, the better. Yeah, no, definitely. British foreign policy famously has nothing to do with the current domestic issues that Britain, but the England is facing. Yeah, like the censorship bills, the repercussions that people are facing for even protesting against the government in any way, shape, or form. All that stuff is irrelevant. ID laws, all that stuff is irrelevant. But even outside of that, why is there an imminent energy crisis in England, for example? Perhaps it has something to do with the lack of interest demonstrated by the, Labour leader, former Labour leader, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer in addressing America's actions that have negative consequences all around the world and certainly in the UK. These people would rather live in their delusional fantasies to assume that all of these countries exist on their own and not in this delicate and fragile ecosystem where things that are happening in the Strait of Hormuz have tremendous impact in their day-to-day lives. Okay? They don't understand it, or rather they refuse to recognize it. They refuse to understand it. It's very stupid.
That comes from that unity at the service of people and places who have been waiting too long for politics to let them hope again. And that's what we're going to do, everybody. We're going to give them hope back.
Well, he is succeeding Sir Keir Starmer, who announced his resignation as Prime Minister last month. But Burnham won't officially be taking the mantle of PM until Monday. In recent years, he has become one of the country's most popular politicians. CNN's Claire Sebastian has more.
Better not put that one on the camera.
Britain's incoming Prime Minister belongs to a new generation of politicians, one that understands the power of social media.
Evening, everyone.
From campaign trail highlights to football skills to a viral roasting of the British opposition leader who called him
a pair of eyelashes and a black T-shirt.
It's dark blue, actually.
That video racked up over 5 million views on X. The strategy, especially with these signature selfie-style videos, is really part of an effort by Burnham to...
I will say this. I do appreciate seeing British news media also take this totally hollowed out liberal approach to politicians. Not a lot to say about policies, not a lot to say about the direction of the party, and a whole lot to say about social media. Like Zohran Mamdani, as though Zohran Mamdani's success is because of his social media capabilities.
Present himself as an outsider here in Westminster, a regular guy, despite, of course, his many years spent in Parliament previously. His style is true to Andy, and that isn't going to change. A source close to his campaign told me he's not trying to land a point with every post.
He feels comfortable, he feels relaxed. And to be honest with you, it reminds me of that famous phrase that Margaret Thatcher had about Ronald Reagan.
What the hell is this?
He's engaged in the great cause of cheering us all up.
We're doing it to change Labour, to make
and
it
yet,
better.
No, this isn't real. Israel got a win by forfeit against Lithuania, even though they played the match and Lithuania swept them. They got the win because they filed a complaint with FIFA about one of the players playing for Lithuania wearing a Palestinian flag antenna during the match. What? What is this? Please read the names. Aspect dead. Oh, this isn't fucking FIFA, dude. It's just like in Rocket League, you can wear flag antennas in context. Oh my God, you guys, I just so fucking stupid. I was like, what is the? How can a player? I was thinking like, how can a player wear an antenna? Like, how does that make sense?
Optimism and hope don't always get the clicks.
FIFA runs a Rocket League tournament. Okay, it's Rocket League. I mean, it's Israel, but who cares? It's fucking Rocket League.
He has got a harder job in terms of, you know, his content compared to someone like Trump or like Farage.
If you come to the UK illegally, you will be detained and deported.
We know that social media algorithms prioritize or amplify emotionally charged, polemic, kind of controversial content in any way. But I would look to someone like Mamdani, for example, who has managed to navigate that.
I'm freezing. You're red.
New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani is emerging as a template for progressive politicians on social media. And the parallels with Burnham aren't hard to find. Using social to amplify grassroots campaigning, light-hearted ways to discuss major policies.
Start spreading.
Even singing.
I left the north again. I traveled south again.
I like when people take risks and try things out.
Oh shit, look who it is. That's our boy, Andrew Epstein.
And aren't afraid of cringe.
But, says Mamdani's former communications director, Burnham's desire to unify may have come at the expense of clarity.
The agenda and the message is a bit more muddled than Zohran's was. And the risk that Burnham runs in being, sort of being all things to all people or not being totally clear on where he falls on particular issues or ideological debates, I think can risk reading to people as just being another politician.
And that's exactly what Burnham is trying to avoid.
I am going to do things differently.
He's used social media to make himself accessible to regular people.
Dog, if this is just about social media, England is cooked. I mean, you guys are cooked anyway. If you're in the UK, you already know this. You don't need to hear it from me. We're cooked too, but you guys are cooked in a way faster timeline than us. But oh my God, the only redeemable aspect of this guy is that he likes to wear black t-shirts and does social media. That's it? Really? Can I hear one policy, please? Can we get one policy, please? Thank you. Please. He's not a TikTok influencer. He's the prime minister. Hello? Who cares? Who cares about how good he is on social media?
Facing criticism on the way for neglecting traditional media, something he denies. No questions allowed from journalists at this recent big policy speech. Instead, a few days later,
Send your questions in.
he took to Reddit.
And for the record, people are saying he calls himself socialist apparently. Who cares? So did Keir Starmer.
A public Ask Me Anything session that was so popular, the site crashed midway through, the source told CNN.
Oh my God, it's more about the social media. Jesus Christ.
The challenge now to strike a balance between running on TikTok and running a country. Claire Sebastian, CNN.
Trump is good on social media too? Yes. But you know what else Trump was good at? Identifying grievances that dumb fucks had and then hammering it on. He wasn't just good on social media. He was good at delivering an easy to understand message. He defined his own platform. He identified what people were angry. He identified first and foremost the anger that people had, the anger towards the establishment, the anger towards business as usual politics. That's very important. Then he identified exactly what policies he was going to implement, and he communicated them with the easiest to understand messages. Build the wall. Lock her up, drain the swamp. What you hear from Donald Trump in those repeated messages is actually real policies. Okay, those are real policies. Drain the swamp is the Trumpian version of saying there's a lot of corruption that we've identified in Washington, D.C., and we're going to put an end to it. Lock her up is an extension of that. American policies have actually led to a lot of criminal behavior from our political opposition. We are going to implement law and order. build the wall, is American border security is compromised. America's allowed far too many illegal immigrants into the country. They're actually harming your lives, and we're going to put an end to that. Those are all definable policies. I don't agree with them. I think, well, the corruption one I do agree with, and maybe even lock her up. But I know that Donald Trump was never going to actually follow through on that. But if we're looking at simply messaging, if we're looking at simply fucking messaging, yeah, he messaged very well. He had easily identifiable policies that he defined himself with. Zoran did that too. Zach's take on Andy. Oh,
That's right.
Zach Polanski. All right, let's take a look.
Said that Andy Burnham is too in hoc to vested interest to offer real change. You haven't given him a chance, have you? He hasn't even started.
Well, I don't want to be churlish, and it might be that he does do the right things, in which case I'll be the first to applaud him. But let's look at the ominous mood music we've seen already. He's appointed James Purnell as his chief of staff. This is a man who was literally a corporate lobbyist for private water companies. When we have water companies pumping sewage into our rivers and charging us extra for the privilege, this doesn't seem like a good start. Then we know that Josh Simons was the person who stepped aside for him in Makerfield. This is a man who hired a private investigator to look into a journalist who was talking about undeclared donations into Labour Together, a project which still seems to be at the heart of Andy Burnham. And then finally, we can look at the only substantial thing he's voted on as an MP in the last week. He supported Shabana Mahmood's regressive immigration reforms, including asking...
Yeah, that was terrible. Like, keeping Shabana Mahmood in the Home Secretary position is perhaps one of the clearest indications that Andy Burnham is going to be business as usual and continue some of the worst aspects of labor policy.
Asylum seekers to review their cases every 30 months. That's deeply inhumane and deeply
She's going to be chancellor?
To people who might be fleeing war and persecution and have a...
Wonder why you care? Oh my God. Oh my God. That is... Why don't you like her? Why don't I like Shabana Mahmood? I don't know. Maybe because she fucking banned me from entering the country. That's one reason. I mean, there's a bunch more, obviously. She literally directly banned me from the country. That's number one, which is silly in comparison to her anti-migrant policies, and silly in comparison, but in line with that banning, was also her unbelievable censorious regime over people who are protesting for a free Palestine. Things like that are very consequential. They're gutting. They are gutting what remains of free expression in the country, okay?
Legitimate reason to be in this country. So, as I say, he might surprise me and he might move in a more progressive direction. And I'll...
Like, Andy Burnham saw all of that and was like, that's my goat. You're at chancellor time.
Really welcome that. For everything we've seen so far, including the rumoured appointment of Shabana Mahmood as Chancellor, a politician who cites Margaret Thatcher as one of her political heroes, this doesn't sound like we're moving in a direction to end rip-off Britain. It looks like the more of the same status quo, and indeed in hoc to vested interest.
Dude, oh my God, a Labour person like fondly recollecting on Margaret Thatcher's legacy is insane.
Andy Burnham, again, as I say, comes along and says, I'm going to put a wealth tax, 1% tax on assets of £10 million or more, or a 2%.
Would you defend the accusation that you are easily triggered? I mean, sure. Yeah, I'm not defending it. Yes, I'm easily triggered. I'm owned.
And tax on £1 billion or more. I'll applaud that. And
people that just go, oh, you're easily triggered, never understand what I'm angry about. If you understood the severity of the crisis, you'd be angry all the time too. Half the time I'm angry for shit that doesn't even impact me personally. Half the time I'm angry about things that are impacting you. And I'm more angry, it seems, than you are about things that are hurting you and your life and ruining your life.
I want to work with that. If he puts in rent controls, by the way, if we frozen rents in 2022, we'd be saving the average UK renter now £2,400 every single year. and we'd be saving the government £2 billion a year. And if you look at the profit margin of your average UK landlord, they'd still be making 4.5 times as much as the average UK business. So rent controls is a win-win all round. It's these kind of policies that are transformative, are big, bold plans, but we can't keep tinkering at the edges. We need a government that are going to do these things. If they're prepared to do these things, I'll work with them. But every signal we're seeing so far is actually they're going to be doing the opposite and more of a failed status quo. But if Andy Burnham, again, as I said...
Yeah. All right, so social media.
Andy Burnham.
What else? What else? Let's hear policies, please.
Economy. Wes Ball was an advisor to Gordon Brown when Brown served as Prime Minister. He joins us now from London. So, Andy Burnham, no surprise, elected by the Labour Party as leader and therefore will become Prime Minister on Monday. He's going to do things differently, he says, promising policy, not politics. For example, promising good growth in every British postcode. He's, you know, talking about levelling up. But Wes...
Okay, how? What are the policies? What are the immediate ways that he is going to experience good growth, generate good growth in every postcode? How's he doing that?
There is no decent growth anywhere in the UK at this point. So how is he going to fix that?
Good afternoon, Becky. I think that's his...
Oh, American... Wait, what? American troops injured per ZBS, Zionist Broadcasting Service. Several U.S. service members injured in the Iranian attacks on the Jordanian bases this week. We don't know what that means. We don't know the severity of the casualties, the severity of their wounds. But I suspect that we will get more information soon. Yeah, like this is coming out now, which means it happened, you know, this past week. Which means we don't have any information on, like, last night's attacks, for example. Okay? But if ZBS is reporting it, they're trying to get ahead of it, most likely.
Great challenge is that he wants to do politics differently. He says, and truly and very authentically, he believes that power has been centralised in Westminster and taken away from people, and he wants to push that away. And he thinks that economic power has been privatised, and he wants to bring public control of the key economic levers back into government and into the hands of the people. But how that drives growth is his big challenge, because part of the reason people feel so disenchanted in the UK, and this has been going on for a long time, is because real wages are so low at the moment and have not been rising for many, many years.
He's promised transformative change, whilst also pledging to stick to the current likely...
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. If you're on the one hand saying that you're the change candidate, which obviously it's a necessity. Change is a necessity in the UK. Things are not going well at all. But then you keep the same people in charge. You elevate Shabana Mahmood, for example. Then what kind of change are you truly offering? How will things change? Is it just social media? You just have more Riz than Keir Starmer, which isn't really saying much. Keir Starmer is an unbelievably uncharismatic person. Why the fuck is everybody talking around the issue?
To change Chancellor Rachel Reeves' fiscal rules. I just wonder, can he realistically do both?
Well, I think we will see a very different government. People have speculated that he's all things to all people. I think actually that's not true. Andy has, he's been a politician since 2001. He had 3 cabinet posts in the last Labour government. He spent 10 years out of Westminster as Mayor of Manchester.
Keir Starmer considering a bid to run for Senate in May. That's crazy.
I think he's truly found his authentic self. So the Andy Burnham that you saw speaking today, very passionately committed to handing power back to people and away from Westminster and away from sort of the central state, is truly him. Whether that will bring about the change he wants to bring about quickly is a real question. I think, Andy Burnham is very clear that this is the last chance for Labour, and it's the last chance for kind of the mainstream parties, because he is very clear in his own mind that if it's not him and if his government doesn't succeed, then Nigel Farage and Reform will be the next government, and that for him is is not just the swing of the pendulum; it's a complete transformation in the UK.
Wes, is his team going to look more like the team that was around Tony Blair 1997 through, the period of time when you were on Gordon Brown's team, or is this going to look more like a sort of, very left-wing, social democratic, sort of, more Mamdani than Blair, as it were?
Look, your piece a moment ago talked about Andy as a very effective communicator and a social media politician.
Are they trolling? Are they fucking trolling? Chat. British chatters, is this a joke? Is this like a funny joke that they're playing where the entire country's in on it, where they're just like, we are going to literally communicate zero. We are just we're going to see if we can get the Americans to lose their fucking minds. The Amerifats dumb enough to even care about what the fuck's going on in the UK are going to tune into the broadcast. And then the only thing that they are going to hear is about how this fucking guy from the fucking former mayor of Manchester is great on social media. Oh my God. Oh my God. Come on. He does social media. He's literally Mamdani. He's just like Mamdani, who is known for social media. Dude, no, that's not even a joke. You said this guy says Count Binface had more defined policies. It's true. See, I remember like fixing the fucking what was it? The hand sanitizer position in the bathroom at Oxbridge or whatever the fuck. I can't recall it right now because it's British shit. I don't know, but one affordable house, build one affordable house, toilet in the pub. Ex-Labour MP Ben Bradshaw, who was a minister in Tony Blair's government and an unrepentant supporter of the Iraq War, who served on the racist Islamophobic Henry Jackson Society and was an enthusiastic backer of Keir Starmer, says Andy Burnham will do a very effective job as Prime Minister. Oh my God.
You obviously served in the cabinet back in the day with Andy Burnham. What was he like?
He was a very effective minister, a very rounded politician, very personable, very good communicator. He's the sort of politician that the public, unlike most politicians, say they'd be happy to go and have a pint in the pub with. And I think he'll be very...
Dude, this is your version, British Shadows, this is your version of burger, okay? For Americans, it's burger, okay? For the British, it's imagine a pint at a pub, a proper pint with the lads. What is fucking going on, man? What is happening in your goddamn country? Oh my God. Every time I think that American media is so ass, I am reminded that there is worse media apparatuses out there because I remember the existence of British media, okay? Every time I get frustrated at like CNN, ZBS, or numerous other outlets, and especially like with their recent pivot towards being a propaganda apparatus for the state, for the nation state of Israel, for the American state under the leadership of Donald Trump, I am reminded that British media exists, and I think to myself, well, things could be worse. Things could be far worse.
Effective job as Prime Minister.
Yes, he's a good lad. You can have a proper pint with him. That's right. He's a very good communicator. Well, communicate a policy. One policy. If you're such a good communicator, tell me one thing that's going on that this guy's going to do, that this guy's going to fucking fix. Anyway, moving on from the chaos unfolding across the pond, back to our side of the universe. Influence. Socialists throw Democratic Party into chaos. Fox News is covering Fox News is covering socialism and socialists every single day. I'm glad that the movement is growing, so much so that Fox News moved on from doing this just to me, but instead to the broader socialist movement. Okay, what is this? This is a scandalizing remix?
Diving headfirst into.
What the fuck is this? Okay, chatter. All right, we'll look at it later, all right?
Well, House Dems took this watershed vote this week to cut assistance to Israel. More than 100 lawmakers voted in favor of this measure that blocks funding to America's closest security ally in the Mideast. Joining us now, Josh Kraushaar, Fox News radio political analyst.
That's
Josh,
crazy. That's crazy. Wait, first of all, that's what Josh looks like? This is my first time seeing what this motherfucker looks like. I've only seen his little PFP on Twitter. This is the primary op. AIPAC stooge, Jewish insider reporter Josh Kraushaar. Goddamn. Goddamn.
this was alarming, to put it mildly. Take a look from Democrats.
Yeah, wait, did he write this article? No, Gabby Deutsch is another op of mine. She wrote this article. AIPAC ends fundraising for endorsees who voted to cut off Israel aid. Wah, wah. Good. Great. Great. Put the flag on the ground. It's the American flag, baby, not the Israeli one. Okay? AIPAC ends fundraising for endorsees who voted to cut off Israel aid. This is This is Jewish Insider, where Josh Kraushaar writes for. It is basically the propaganda apparatus for AIPAC. It's AIPAC's own fake newspaper. Democratic Socialist top MAGA candidates among voters in CNBC's All America poll. Yeah, maybe that's why they're hitting the DSA candidates. I saw that. Yeah. Democratic Socialists and the movement is more popular than MAGA and more popular than Trump, by the way. Okay? Interesting stuff coming out of these polls.
Democratic Rep. Adam Smith, who says, I am deeply concerned about the tactics used by those on the far left to advocate cutting off aid to Israel. To date, my family and I have had our home vandalized. A fire has been set in my driveway. Neighbors' lives have been disrupted in the middle of the night. Town halls meant to be forums for dialogue have been shut down, and a staff member physically...
It's so funny that all these guys have to self-flagellate to be like, I'm voting to cut off all aid to Israel in this symbolic vote that I'm placing, knowing full well that it's not going to pass. But also, I just need you to know, like, I'm really sorry about it, okay? And people have gotten totally out of hand. They're hurting me. They're hurting my family. Please, you know? Yeah, Sarah Rodriguez dropped out. I know. I got that. I got that on the docket. Don't worry. We're going to talk about Wisconsin in a little bit. There's a lot going on in both the Michigan race and the Wisconsin race. If I were a Zionist, I stop and think about how the fact that politicians believe that attacking Israel is good for them politically might be a sign that Israel needs to change its strategy. Yep. It's okay, we know, and it's nothing new, says Saul Sadka. Lucky we have an army now. Strait of Hormuz is closed, by the way, says Sammy Gold. Now, luckily we have an army now is, again, more of the same. Like, this guy literally read this, okay? He read this criticism and then immediately turned around and said, nope, no notes. Gonna do the same thing that we've been doing. Bitch, what army? You don't have an army without American aid. You don't have an army without American support. You know what you have? Criminals, okay? Without American political cover at the international level, for example. You know what you have? You don't have an army. You have a bunch of terrorists. You have a bunch of criminals that are doing war crimes, which is the truth, by the way. The fuck? I guess that's the door. Jesus Christ. Terrifying. M is real high.
Assaulted. Yikes.
Yeah, Jillian. I mean, this shows you the rising power of the extreme left in Democratic Party politics, and that you had 103 Democrats, some of whom were actually pro-Israel supporters for most of their careers, But as Adam Smith said, they were facing political threats from the far left. And in Adam Smith's case, he was facing the threat of physical violence against him in order to cast this as part of a pressure campaign in casting this vote against Israel and its funding at a time of great need. And they're facing security threats all over the region. So, I mean, it shows you just how much influence the socialist movement of the Democratic Party, winning these big primaries in New York and Colorado last month, it shows how much influence they're having within the party. I will say, though, that when it comes to the general election politics, the mainstream politics, almost all of the Democrats that are running for the Senate in swing states or in swing districts that are facing general elections against strong Republican candidates, almost all of them actually voted with Israel and voted to
Oh, good. Yeah. No, that's definitely pro-Israel politics wins in swing states. Yeah, the other side of the story that Josh is, of course, cleverly not mentioning is the fact that those candidates, he's also talking about fucking Haley Stevens, obviously, here as well. Those candidates are getting a fuck ton of money from AIPAC. Okay? They're not stronger contenders and being, openly pro-Israel is good politics, especially the wing and swing states in the way that he's trying to imply here. It's just being a friend to Israel allows Israel to buy that seat. That's it. That's the whole point. And most Americans do recognize that nowadays. So it's not looking too good for AIPAC.
To continue the aid to Israel. So it tells you that this is a product of the far left really getting its foothold in Democratic Party politics.
Fearing perhaps, a spread to the Senate, as Senator John Fetterman said this earlier in the week. Want to get your reaction?
I literally said that on your network at least a week or two or more ago. Now, I believe that the Democratic Party is going to become more anti-Israel. You make that official. You make that part of our platform. That's my red line in the Democratic Party. They're not just, I'm just pro-Palestinian. I'm deeply anti-Israel. They campaign with garbage like Hasan Piker that's pro-Hamas.
I mean, obviously, that generated a lot of headlines when he originally said it, but he's standing by it even more so after this shock vote this week.
Yeah, look, John Fetterman is in the perennial swing state of Pennsylvania. He understands how politically toxic.
Dude. This is the funniest. This is Fox News, okay? They're not exactly known for being truthful. They're not exactly known for insightful commentary on what's actually taking place in American politics. But this is exceptional. Okay? This is an exceptional operation of lying and claiming that something that is on fire is actually not on fire at all. Okay? The notion that pro-Israel politics is popular in swing states is a lie. Okay? It's gone. It's over. It is the most over. It's dead. I mean, Chris Rabb obviously proved this in Philadelphia, but regardless, Summer Lee as well, but regardless, it's not even just about that. It's not even just about Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and cities. By and large, pro-Israel politics is so unbelievably toxic. Okay? It's gone. It's done. It's so bad that all of the money that AIPAC is dumping to the remaining pro-Israel politicians, the ones that are loyal, will eventually backfire on those politicians. It's already started to backfire. There are examples of this in upstate New York with that Democrat that voted to censure Rashida Tlaib back in the day, literally refunding AIPAC donations. Okay? Anti-Israel politics is not only good politics, it's good policy. And everyone knows it. AIPAC knows it too. That's precisely the reason why they never talk about their stooges being pro-Israel. Pat Ryan is who I was talking about. Thank you, Chatter. AIPAC knows this as well. That's precisely the reason why they have to do these shell corporations and move money around to hide the fact that it's coming from an Israel-related super PAC. And not only that, but also none of those ads ever feature the candidate's position on Israel. It's gotten so bad that AIPAC in the past would literally do everything in their power to deny you your seat if you were even slightly critical of Israel, whether it be critical of Netanyahu or critical of anything that Israel is doing. Nowadays, they're even giving allowances to their politicians to criticize Benjamin Netanyahu. Haley Stevens is a fantastic example of this. Haley Stevens is probably one of the biggest pro-Israel stooges in a long list of people who demonstrate absolute fealty to this foreign country. And yet Haley Stevens has now been given the bandwidth to make it seem like she's Israel critical, even though she's gotten $40 million in ad spend from Israel PACs, AIPAC, United Democracy Project, and numerous others. That's how bad things have gotten. So Josh Kraushaar can keep denying that reality all day, every day. Josh Kraushaar and many others can say, oh, it's just anti-Semitism. That's the reason why people are critical of Israel, or eventually they're going to give up on this, and eventually they're going to move. They're not moving. As I like to repeatedly explain to people, today is the day that Israel will be the most popular. Tomorrow, Israel will be less popular than it is today. Yesterday, Israel was more popular than it is today. It's done. Every day that goes on, Israel becomes less and less popular. Pro-Israel politics becomes more toxic. It is a litmus test for a politician's responsiveness to the needs of the base. Are they going to place the interests of, are they going to place moneyed interests first and foremost in the way that they legislate, or are they going to put the working class at the center of their politics? That's what it is. Palestine has replaced wokeness as a progressive litmus test. Even if you're center-left Democrat who's not particularly pro-Palestine, this should be seen as a good thing. It's a better litmus test than wokeness, since being pro-Palestine/Israel skeptical is more popular among Americans and therefore isn't an electoral liability the way wokeness is, says Shadi Hamid. There is some truth to that for sure. There's more bipartisan there's more bipartisan approval for anti-Israel politics than there is for like whatever wokeness has been defined as. There's a level of truth to it. Wokeness can be, the problem with wokeness is that, one, there's too much negative polarization against it. That's number one. And number two, wokeness can be defined as like the cynical ways in which Haley Stevens says Abdul El-Sayed is misogynistic. Like that's technically quote unquote woke. Okay. Wokeness can also imply, things that we all agree on, that we should leave trans people alone, that we shouldn't interfere in the medical decisions that Americans are making, and that should be kept between a doctor and a patient, right? That could also mean wokeness, right? That's a perfectly normal position, perfectly popular position, as a matter of fact. But it just depends on how you frame it, depends on how you talk about it.
This is to the overall public and certainly to independents and Republicans. It's also very important to the Senate politics as well, because John Fetterman said this week in part of that clip, he could switch parties if the Democratic Party becomes an anti-Israel party.
No, that will definitely improve Israel's chances, I think. By and large, Americans consider this to be a sinister force, a malign force on American politics, people that have tremendous power, people that engage in this like shadowy backroom decisions to basically overthrow American democracy, the democratic process. Certainly doing something like that, or even threatening something like this, would greatly improve Israel's popularity amongst Americans. Definitely. Yeah. This will show them. That'll show them. This will make people definitely less anti-Semitic, for example, if that's something you care about. They'll be like, oh yeah, this fucking brain dead loser switched parties because Israel is what he cares about and not fucking Pennsylvania, wow, I sure have reconsidered my decision on my opinions on this foreign country. I like it a lot now. Is that what you think is going to happen? That's what you suspect is going to happen? People are just going to be like, yeah, well, none of this stuff matters at the end of the day, because here is the sinister reality. Democracy is fake, okay? We don't have a real democratic process in this country, because if your elections are bought and sold, if they're sold to the highest bidder, then, of course, our politicians do the bidding of people who pay for those seats rather than the actual voters who go out and vote. And their needs are secondary to the needs of corporate profits or the interests of a foreign nation state like Israel, which spends a good deal amount of money to ensure that there is a level of loyalty to the needs of this foreign country as opposed to the needs of the masses. That's just the reality, okay? And that's part of the reason why these guys can just posture this way, right? That's part of the reason why Zionists can go on national television and lie however they see fit, or even go out and threaten the democratic process altogether. It's a threat. It's basically Josh Kraushaar saying, there's not really much you can do about it. We can just create this totally concocted false narrative, and people won't know any better. Well, things are changing, and people do know better. Or at least that's what I've seen so far on the ground.
And as we know, like if the Senate math is very close, if Democrats win a few seats in the Senate in the midterms, John Fetterman could prevent them from actually winning control of the upper chamber if he switches parties, given the Democratic Party's anti-Israel turn. That's what he's saying right there. He's sending a clear note to his party. We can't go off the deep end ideologically. And if you do, I'm actually going to consider leaving the Democratic Party myself.
Okay, Josh. Oh no, what will we do without Josh's vote? Here's a great example, by the way. U.S. Representative Haley Stevens is asked by W. Detroit.
Participating in out here, I'm transparent. People are frustrated.
She's asked by W. Detroit.
And witnessing in
God
Michigan
damn it!
and
What the fuck is going on? Jesus Christ. She's asked by W. Detroit how she would increase transparency in U.S. campaign finance laws. Her response will shock you.
Look, I'm out here. I'm transparent. People are frustrated. I just put out a television ad saying I'm the only non-millionaire running for Senate. And you're so right, Russ.
What is this?
Just talked to some of these leading campaign finance reform organizations, and I told them, I said directly, I got an A grading from them, and it's true. We've got a problem in this country. We need courageous leadership. We need the laws to change. Mike Rogers, he's going along with Donald Trump's schemes.
But wouldn't it be more courageous to not take that money in a primary? I understand that you need to make money, or you need to have all the money you can in general election.
Russ, you know how our election laws work. The thing is that we have to pass the laws to stop dark money. It is not about whether I say it or not as a point of altruism. This is actually about changing our laws. Look, I've seen this before in my races. I had League of Conservation Voters, great organization. I'm so proud of them. One day I'm watching the TV and they got a nice ad up for me. I think this was like in 2021 or something.
Yeah, it's just totally happenstance, totally random stroke of luck, totally a random accident that Israel and AIPAC has dumped $40 million into this race. Of course, Ryan Grimm asks a very salient, very important point, raises a very salient point. After/if Stevens wins the nomination, AIPAC will obviously drop her like a rock. Why would they waste money when she and Mike Rogers will vote the same way? Neera Tanden knows this and doesn't care. More important for her to block Abdul and then lose the general. That is the fucking reality. Because Haley Stevens is not being carried right now by her charisma, by her campaigning, by the real mobilization that she's been able to implement on the ground. It's not the policies. If you were to ask anybody what the fuck Haley Stevens stands for, I don't think many of her supporters would have a reasonable answer. They'd just say, oh, she's reliable. Obama likes her. She's worked for Michigan for many, many years. If you were to be like, what is a policy that she is going to implement that you like, that you are voting for, you would have no answers. Okay? Most people have no answers for this question. If you ask Abdul, you say, money out of politics, money in your pocket, Medicare for all. right? Babies, not bombs. These are the easy to understand, definable policy positions that Abdul al-Sayed has that he is communicating very effectively, right? I know it's oversimplified and a lot of fucking dumbass technocratic neoliberals get mad at that shit, but that's literally the oversimplified message of build the wall. It's very important to be able to define yourself with your policies in a way that is digestible, in a way that is easy to understand. So just remember that. So Abdul's doing a great job with that, right? So there's nothing in the tank for Haley Stevens of that sort. She's literally being carried by television ads. That's it. To the tune of $54 million. So what happens when that money goes away? Because from the perspective of a lot of these corporate PACs, they could see, because they're companies, they have no loyalty, they have no ideological predisposition. When they realize, and I'm sure making this calculation already, when they realize, if in the unlikely scenario that Haley Stevens wins the primary, that it's her versus Mike Rogers, both are going to be servants of the same corporate interests, they're not going to spend money on Haley Stevens. So what do you do then? What do you do then? What will the Democrats do then? Are they going to exhaust their resources that they could be using elsewhere for a campaign that cannot fundraise, for an uncharismatic candidate, for a candidate that most likely has, given her AIPAC affiliations, most likely is going to be harmed in the general election by a lot of voters? There will be tremendous depressive consequences on turnout if Haley Stevens is the candidate. Okay? What do you do then? He got your ass, bro. Okay, we're going to talk about Haley Stevens right now. I don't want to talk about Osei, Osei cooking my ass with slander, but we'll get there in a second. Yeah, this Michigan, Hamid Bendas says, this Michigan strategist is actually fully aware that Haley Stevens has a serious general election fundraising liability because she's fully reliant on AIPAC. Why is everyone not talking about this? Meanwhile, with fundraising an indicator of excitement for a candidate, Stevens has been consistently lagging others, Selleck said. If I were a supporter of hers, your stream is on Fox News right now? Wait, what? What are they talking about? Let's tune in. Maine's buffet of bad options.
Well, but the interesting thing is that shows the problem they have. The left can't be satisfied, and no one else can possibly be satisfied. It's why I think Susan Collins is going to have a very successful campaign this year. Nobody's happy except people who are sane, and I think they might emerge as the winner.
Did they post me joking and saying these guys don't have a lot of charisma? Oh, fuck. I got to stop talking, dude. Ay. I hate that shit. Fuck you, Fox News. We're busting out the Troy Yoda, folks. Troy Jackson is our boy. Anyway, as I was saying, you dumbass, what do you mean? I'm going to be fucking honest. If I see something, I'm going to say something. It was funner when you weren't known. Yeah. Politico is the reason, actually. Michael Cruz. Hasan Piker's take on the new Maine Senate candidates. They're also Rizless. Has anybody watched a Hasan Piker stream? The guy's dumb as a doornail. He's blue MAGA. Nobody cares what this loser thinks. Stop being weird, Cruz. He means they're all so non-rapist, which is why he's sad. No, you know what I realized? I can get these guys to be fucking pro Troy Jackson by just saying Troy Jackson sucks. I think I could get every single liberal on this website to ride for Troy Jackson because they just genuinely don't care about anything. They just hate me so much that I think they would be in favor of Troy Jackson. I like Troy Jackson. Or rather, I should say, Troy Jackson is too centrist for my taste. Wink. Anyway, where were we? Oh, meanwhile, with fundraiser, we're talking about Haley Stevens and her her lack of ability to fundraise, her significant issues with fundraising. If I were a supporter of hers, that might make me a little nervous, Selleck said of Stevens. In the Super PAC era, her campaign may not feel the necessity to raise a lot if they're watching 26 million, and we're only on July 15th. There must be a lot more to come. Still, it could spell danger for her in the general election if this heavy spending in the primary is just based on stopping El Sayed, Selleck added. Then what happens next? Yeah, Milwaukee. Holy shit. There's crazy stuff happening in Milwaukee. There's crazy stuff happening in Wisconsin, in the Wisconsin gubernatorial. We're going to get into that in a second. Here's another example of this, by the way. Shri Tanadar, running against our boy in Detroit, or the incumbent. Hopefully, we're going to unseat him with Democratic Socialist endorsed Donovan McKinney. Shri Tanadar's campaign reported losing $630,000 after investing $3.7 million in crypto. Amid those losses, AIPAC donors stepped in and gave Tanadar 2/3 of the money he raised last quarter, ahead of a challenge from Dem Socialist Donovan McKinney. It's unbelievable. The level of corruption is fucking insane. A similar level of corrupt politicking is taking place in Wisconsin. We're gonna get into that in a second. Last thing I wanted to point to with Michigan before we get into Wisconsin politics was going to be about Abdul Al-Sayed. So Abdul Al-Sayed, the race in Michigan is heating up. Haley Stevens has gotten the signature centrist endorsement of Jim Clyburn. Who could forget when Jim Clyburn endorsed Andrew Cuomo against Zohran Mamdani? You know the deal. Congressional Black Caucus PAC has also thrown some money in the race, or is slated to throw some money in the race. Congressional Black Caucus PAC is also, basically another subsidiary of AIPAC at this point. So that's where we're at in the Michigan race. Abdul Al-Sayed did something that I don't think he should have done, but he did it anyway, and I respect his decision. If you recall yesterday or the day prior, I talked a little bit about Haley Stevens and like how I was starting to get a little worried that people on the internet memeing Haley Stevens was, about like clowning on Haley Stevens about the way she sounds, was eventually going to shift the attention away from how bad of a candidate she is for other reasons, Israel-related reasons, and instead present her as a more sympathetic figure. Liberals have been signaling that they're trying to do this already, right? Liberals have already been doing this where they're like, oh, Haley Stevens, she's always the victim of bullying, blah, blah, blah. Okay? Abdul Al-Sayed came out and released this Bernie Bro style apology. Wait, what? Is the post been deleted? No, it's still there. Okay. He said, it's become impossible to ignore the way that people online make fun of my opponent for things that we have nothing to do with, her policies or politics. It's unkind and unhelpful. If you support me, please stop. Now, it's a good way to not really apologize and to also not take ownership over this, but it doesn't matter because the media is going to use this to their advantage regardless. He doesn't actually say, hey, my fans are doing this, you should stop. Right? Focus on the issues. Congresswoman Stevens has welcomed corporations and special interests to support her. She votes to send our money abroad while Michiganders struggle. She's bought by DTE, Blue Cross, Big Tech, and Big Pharma who pick our pockets. AIPAC, Trump-aligned billionaires, and corporate PACs are spending $50 million to support her. Those are the issues. We don't need to be unkind, to be honest. So here's the problem. Okay? Here's the problem. Now that Abdul said this, I'm of two different minds on this, because on the one hand, I do agree with him on principle. I do agree with him on principle that, like, it's better to focus on Haley Stevens' policies than to just say that she has, like, a weird voice. And I've done plenty of that myself. I do unironically find her voice to be not necessarily a burden. I do find it endearing, as I've talked about extensively. I do. Like, people in this community have yelled at me over it over and over again. Okay. You brought this up during your LBC interview. If you spend time apologizing for every little thing, people will focus on what you're apologizing for instead of the real issues. Yes.
Couple of weeks. I mean, he's receiving, as you might imagine, ferocious.
Yes, that's my policy. If I'm doing crisis PR for a candidate, this is the advice I would give them. Don't apologize for shit that you're not responsible for, and don't apologize to anybody but your base. Here's why. Because these people are demons. The people in the media, the people who are pro-Israel, they're not going to take this and go, wow, thankfully Abdul El-Sayed has said something. They didn't do this with Bernie Sanders either. They bullied Bernie endlessly, far more than Abdul has been on the receiving end of, like, why won't you stop your fans from bullying Haley Stevens for her voice or anything like that? Okay? Here's the thing. On the one hand, he's right. Focusing on the issues is far better for the race and far better in general. It's the smart thing to do because that's what people are going to decide on. They're not going to focus on her voice when they're making a decision on who they vote for, right? That's number one. Number two, even though he, calls it out, and hopefully will try to shift the focus back to the issues, most people are going to see this as an admission. Most people are going to say, you have recognized that your fans, led by you, are doing this. Here's one of two things people will do. One, they'll turn around and they'll pick whoever they can to be like, this is a surrogate of yours. This person is your best friend. He's made fun of Haley Stevens. What do you have to say for yourself? That's number one. Number two, they'll say, how dare you now come out and apologize for this when you yourself have done this? You said Haley Stevens is an empty suit bought and paid for by AIPAC who can't string two sentences together only last week. How dare you now come out and apologize? You are responsible for it. And all you've now done is take ownership over something that is largely outside of your control, that isn't really that significant of an issue at all. Because at the end of the day, the other side of this statement that is true is the fact that nobody gives a fuck about how Haley Stevens sounds. No one is making a decision on that, right? Here are the results. Near attended. This is a gracious and smart move. Out-of-state influencers who mock Haley for her Michigan accent is in truly sexist tropes are clearly hurting the El-Sayed campaign. Good on him to try and stop it, making it seem like this is actually an issue. Wrote earlier this summer about how the online bullying of Haley Stevens was taking a toll. I brought up the NRSC's post mocking her. Had they gone too far? They're bullying me, she asked. Is it in my face? Is it my clothes? I'm just getting bullied, she said, like I was in middle school. There's more. Shannon Watts already digging in the knife. You know, weakness like this, these imbeciles immediately smell blood and start pressuring you to concede on other fronts. See? Shannon Watts, I appreciate this acknowledgement that your supporters have been behaving cruelly online on your behalf, including your friend Hasan Piker. Question, is your campaign giving or has it given any money to social media influencers or the agencies that are mocking her? These people are not your friends. These people are not even people, okay? I'm sorry. They're not. They are hatchet men, okay? They are operating with one goal and one goal only, victory. They don't give a fuck about any of this shit. They are bloodless. They have already decided to join forces with a candidate that has gotten $40 million from AIPAC. a lobby whose only interest is to continue the murdering of children with American tax dollars. Do not concede to them on any issue. That's my attitude. It's not that big of a problem at the end of the day. Abdul is very charismatic. Okay, he can get around it regardless. He felt like it was important to address it. Okay, he felt like it was important to address it and to say, look, you guys have to focus on the real issues that matter. Why is Haley Stevens getting funded by AIPAC? Right? That's what matters. He's right about that. Even I brought it up the other day, if you remember. For the record, they are horrible monsters who have been not so subtly implying that Abdul al-Sayed is a misogynistic Muslim, aggressive Muslim man, aggressive towards women as Muslims are known to be. Maybe he hates Israel because he's Muslim, as Muslims are known to be anti-Semitic. So they do it on both ends, right? He's talking to you, not us. If he wanted to talk to me, he could talk to me, you know. He has many different methods of reaching out to me, you dumb fuck. This is not an issue with Hassan. This is a Twitter issue. It is, but Twitter has the capacity to move the media because it's the news editor of all of these mainstream outlets because the journalists are still here. Okay? He got so much praise for that post, it doesn't mean anything. Because what is yet to come has not happened already. It will happen. Going forward, they will take this as a tacit admission that Abdul fucked up. They're not going to look at this and say, wow, here you have a guy who's like, you know, who's seen the bullying, is not saying that his fans are doing it because there's no guarantee, there's no admission there whatsoever. And he wants to put an end to it and focus on what matters. They're not going to do that. They're going to say you took ownership over your fans, and then going forward, anyone that ever says anything about Haley Stevens, they're going to be like, see, your misogynistic Bernie Bros style fan base is harassing a woman. Luckily, we only have, 2 more weeks to worry about this shit? Or not even. Luckily, we have 1 more week to worry about this shit. Because after the primaries are over, after the primaries are done, you can unload on Mike Rogers all day, every day. Abdul has already been pulling his punches. It's 2.5 weeks, and we don't have to worry about misogyny allegations any longer for simply running against an AIPAC stooge. What is this? People who are scared of online mobs have no business in politics. Grow some thicker skin, says Neera Tandon. So if you're a popular Dem who doesn't want El-Sayed to win, your choices are 1, staying neutral, burning AOC Barnstorm. Yeah. They're doing this pincer move to lock down black support while peeling off what they can of white women, and you're not going to defend against that by pretending that your voters are being sexist online and doing apology theater. It projects weakness and makes this seem real. Yeah, I agree with that. Never play by their rules. Never play by their rules, because these people not only wrote the rules, but they will always weaponize it against you. They never have to play by those rules. Because if Abdul came out and was like, I feel devastated by the Islamophobic attacks I've received since the first day that I started this campaign. I simply want what's best for Michiganders. I've given my life to Michigan. I was a public servant in Michigan. All I want is to help as many people as possible, give people health care, and communicate their desires better than someone who's getting $50 million from AIPAC can. Because they're not getting $50 million for no reason. Nobody gives someone $50 million for no reason, right? If he were to turn around and do that, everyone would be like, boo-hoo, shut the fuck up, you terrorist. That's it. These people only care about victory. That's it. They will do anything and everything they can. They will do anything and everything they can to achieve it. Specifically, victory over their left flank, by the way. Not over their right flank. Not over the Republican Party, but specifically victory over the Bernie-crats. Okay? In any case, it is what it is. It's not the end of the world. And Abdul is too nice of a guy, in my opinion. Ironically, you brought this up during the Kamala campaign and it was a savvy point. Yes, I've said this to everyone. It's free ball. It's free ball, always. Now let's move on from Michigan to Wisconsin. A lot of things took place in Wisconsin. Huge, huge chaos. If you guys recall, in the Wisconsin gubernatorial run, we got Francesca Hong, who has been the front runner for a while now, both in terms of individual donations and also just in general in the polls. She's been, performing very well. Francesca Hong is DSA through and through. This is very problematic for establishment Democrats. They're terrified. Not that they're terrified because Francesca Hong is going to potentially lose. There's going to be a toss-up against the Republican candidate. Wisconsin is not woke enough. All this stuff, right? That's not the reason. They're terrified of losing their power. They're terrified of losing one of the more reliable arguments, or one of the more prescient arguments that they constantly deploy, that the woke left cannot win swing states. Okay? Ayo, wipe your mouth. It's not spit, chatters. I have a white mustache hair. It's a white mustache hair that looks like it's a spittle around my mouth. Do you not see it? It's a fucking gray hair, dumbasses. I'm about to be 35 years old. I'm unk. I've gone gray after a decade of doing this shit. All right? I'm old. Or some might say distinguished. So, Sarah Rodriguez had a lot of chaos. Sarah Rodriguez was the candidate that the establishment was trying to consolidate support behind. She got a bunch of people to drop out in this crowded primary field for the Wisconsin governor's race on the Democratic side and endorse her. However, a couple days ago, it came out that her campaign manager was basically embezzling funds, allegedly. Okay? So, earlier today, Sarah Rodriguez, after getting those endorsements, fucking dropped out. She's suspending her campaign.
I want to start by thanking my family and every single person who showed up for this campaign over the past week. Your support has meant more than I can put into words. As we have continued to dig into our financial reports, it has become clear that there are issues that would be an ongoing distraction, not just for this campaign, but for the primary and for Wisconsin. This race is too important to let that happen. I am deeply hurt and betrayed by what happened. As I said on Monday, part of being a leader is taking swift action, doing the right thing, and being as honest as possible when there's a problem. I got into this race because I wanted what was best for Wisconsin, and that hasn't changed. And because I believe that, I cannot, in good conscience, allow these questions to become a cloud over an election that Democrats need to win. Wisconsin deserves better than that. This was never just about any one race or any one candidate. This is about protecting Wisconsin from a legislature hell-bent on putting corporations over schools and insurance companies over patients. It's about showing the rest of the country that we can win here, govern here, and fight for the middle class, and that Wisconsin will lead the way. To everyone who showed up, knocked doors, made calls, and believed in what we were building, please don't stop. Wisconsin has always been a place of resilience where everyday citizens show up and accomplish extraordinary things. Better days are ahead because of people like you. Let's keep fighting. I'll be right there with you.
So, did you see a CNN interview? Abdul calling himself a capitalist? What do you say to those who are critical of him just because of this? Yeah, I don't care that he's a capitalist. We live in a capitalist country. There are plenty of people who we love and admire who are capitalists or self-identifying capitalists. I care about the policies. And there's not a lot of daylight between his platform and Bernie Sanders' platform. One calls themselves a socialist, a democratic socialist. The other one calls himself a capitalist. Who gives a shit? The policies are what matter. That's all that matters. Anyway, that's what I care about.
I want to start by thanking my...
So this is the state of panic that was created by the Sarah Rodriguez campaign, basically cratering, falling apart. And Sarah Rodriguez dropped out of the race. Now, there are some other candidates that could potentially take on the mantle of the moderate, take on the mantle of the reasonable moderate candidate. Okay. Here's David Sirota from The Lever speaking on this new information. Let's take a look.
The idea that your kind of politics are a threat to the kind of electability that's necessary to win the general election.
David Sirota here is interviewing Francesca Hong about electability.
Most electable person is the person who wins the most votes. And we have been winning since we started this campaign in the polls, in growing numbers of supporters. What is dangerous is to miscalculate where voters are at right now. Who is in touch with the voters and what are they saying? And who is vocal about it? Who is willing to fight to elect their candidate? And our fighters, our supporters, are people who haven't engaged in politics before. We fought the disillusionment and apathy that the Dems keep losing to and not being able to grow a broader coalition.
God, she's so good. I love Francesca Hong so much. I mean, she is so fucking cool. She is so awesome. Like, she's the type of politician, she's the type of person running for office that I'm like, do we even fucking deserve her, honestly? Do we? Do we as a country, does Wisconsin as a state genuinely deserve someone so candid, so good? I think we do. You cheese there? Okay, shut the fuck up. Seriously. She's another one of those. She is another one of those candidates where I'm like, fuck, man. Like, how do we get here? You tell me 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago that we would have a DSA gubernatorial run in a fucking swing state who has real viability. I'd be like, come on, dude. There's no way. There's no fucking way. Wisconsin DSA has been simmering in the background for a while. No, for sure. I mean, the results speak for themselves. Pat yourselves on the back. You deserve it. Can't wait to see you guys. Of course, there's great panic here because she's fucking incredible. There's great panic amongst the establishment Democrats. which we'll
There
get to in a
hasn't
second.
been a campaign like ours or a candidate like me before, but the voters that are supporting us are the voters that haven't voted for Democrats before. These are voters who have voted for Trump in the past, in a time where no other Democrat, I think, has, last I checked, been able to raise the money that Tiffany did. We've gotten the 7-figure checks from 3 different billionaires who are backing his campaign. We're the campaign who is bringing the reinforcements and the organizing
McKinney on stream when you come to Michigan, please. Yes, yes, yes. Of course, I'm going to link up with McKinney.
Infrastructure to actually organize to win, and not just win in August and November, but to keep netting win for Democrats, to move an agenda that will deliver for working class people, change the material conditions of their lives. And when folks see that when Dems are in power and things are getting a little bit better, they're likely going to keep voting for us. And the folks who are learning from the, our Dem volunteers who have been with the county parties for years and years, knocking doors and building relationships. We're bringing the next generation of voters and volunteers and organizers who are going to keep building onto that power. We're the campaign who's talking about not just winning, but building power to make sure that working class people have not only what they need, but Wisconsin can be a place that's actually affordable for everyone. This is the year of the many and not just the money. And we're bringing the money and the many now.
So, again, brilliant, bold, brave, perfect person for a mass movement. Okay. Where's the cheesebird emote? Okay, stop. Let's stop fucking around for a second. But of course, because of that, the Democrats are terrified. I said establishment Democrats are fearful of the insurgent candidacies of Abdul El-Sayed in the Michigan Senate and Francesca Hong for Wisconsin governor. They tell us they fear these candidates will fail in purple states against the Republicans in the general election. Their policies are far too radical for the average person to vote for. What right-wing Dems, the establishment Dems, the corporate Dems, actually fear is not that they will fail, but that they will actually succeed. They fear the success of the insurgent left candidates, especially in purple states. They fear that the voters are waking up to the reality that the actual electable candidates are the ones that will fight for something, not just put on a show against Donald Trump. These are the insurgents that will center working class needs over corporate profits. This threatens the power of the corporate Dems that have controlled the party for decades and allowed this country to be dominated by increasingly repulsive far-right politics that brought us Trump twice. We say no more. That is what these people are fearful of. Okay? Neera Tanden, Center for American Progress, these corporate lobbyists that have tightened their grip of control over the Democratic Party after failure, will always turn around and say, oh, you just didn't pivot to the center far enough. You didn't go to the right far enough. You didn't go far right enough. And that's only led to defeat. And we know that that has led to defeat. We've seen those defeats, but we've always known that that was a defeatist strategy. But what's really bad for the center right of the Democratic Party is that now more and more voters in the base of the party are aware of it. Okay? They have a real appetite, a real hunger for this change. They want to see this change. And they now believe that the electability argument does not favor the moderates. The electability argument does not favor those who are backed by corporate PACs. They now recognize that Bernie was right. That's huge. That's why I say there's a real appetite for this change and a real opportunity for us to make that change happen. Okay? Why would they have Gordillo, New York City DSA co-chair on Fox News and not you? Wait, what do you mean? He's great. The fuck? He's the New York City DSA co-chair. Of course they're going to have him on. Why would they have me on? I'm a random fucking guy. Anyway. But in that endless panic, the establishment is trying to whip together a viable candidate, potentially. You are blaming the centrists too much. Shut up, McJibbin. The centrists have controlled the Democratic Party and the Republican opposition for decades. Every single thing that has happened, whether it be the ratcheting to the right, whether it be a lack of real change that comes when the Democrats do win, that's all the responsibility of the fucking centrists, because that it's been their party for the longest time. And the voters have had enough. So, of course, they want this change. What sucks for them is that we actually do have the ground game. We do have the logistics to be able to show that we have viable alternatives now. That's what sucks. That's why they're dumping boatloads of money into these fucking races. That's why they're panicking right now in Wisconsin. They're not panicking because they're worried Francesca Hong is going to win the primary and then lose to the Republican. They're panicking because Francesca is going to win the primary and then win the general and be another Zoran Mamdani. That's what they're worried about. They're worried not of our failure, but of our success. That's what they're worried about, because that success breeds more demand. It breeds more confidence in good governance. It associates good governance with democratic socialism. They do not want that. It heightens the contradictions. It exposes the duopoly that exists. It exposes the uniparty attitude that for far too long has dominated American politics. If you ratchet the Overton window back to the left, all of a sudden, there's a real competition. All of a sudden, it's no longer every 4 years where voters vote on who's going to dominate the working class, but dominate the working class in a gay way or dominate the working class in an anti-gay way, but instead, who is going to actually fight for the working class? That is a real alternative. That's what they are worried about. The viability of a real alternative. What they're worried about is the threat of a decent alternative, a decent politics that centers the working class, that doesn't simply try to appease them with marginal improvements that they promise that they never carry out. Okay? That's the real panic that's setting in right now. Luckily, they have grown fat, tired, and incompetent over decades of failure. Breaking news from WTMJ, Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley plans to relaunch his campaign for Wisconsin governor on Saturday, unless something dramatic happens. His team is also urging former Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes to drop out of the Democratic primary. Mandela Barnes is matched up against Francesca Hong right now. Okay? Mandela Barnes is positioning himself in the Mallory McMorrow Goldilocks zone, eating a little bit of Francesca Hong's progressive base and then trying to position himself as the candidate for the moderates. Okay? Remember, that's what they're trying to do. Mandela Barnes is trying to position himself in that Goldilocks zone. But as we've seen with Mallory McMorrow in Michigan, that zone is actually devastating to be in, because you could easily be seen as far too progressive for the centrists and far too radical for the centrists and far too compromised for the progressives, as Mallory McMorrow positioned herself in that dangerous zone and her campaign cratered as a consequence of that. Okay? The cries for Mandela Barnes to drop out in this race is kind of stupid, considering that Crowley was underperforming in the polls, didn't have any support whatsoever, and at least Mandela Barnes has like some level of viability. Okay? Unless Barnes collapses or drops out, Crowley's return will split the moderate vote again and put Hong on the driver's seat. There's also a chance the organized effort to stop her pushes more voters to her side. We've seen that dynamic with insurgent candidates before. That's right. That's what we're looking at right now. And I'm glad that there are more invested voters now, more than ever before. Okay? More invested voters that don't just go along with whatever the fucking Democratic Party is telling them to do, and instead making up their own minds and demanding more. But yeah, it's gonna get tough. Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley will officially re-enter the race for governor tomorrow, and it's likely that he is going to get endorsed by the outbound governor, Evers. Okay? So it will be tough. My commentary, my criticism on establishment Democrats consolidating support behind an establishment candidate because they're terrified of a Francesca Hong victory has, of course, pissed off all of the most annoying fucking losers on this platform. I believe Matty Iglesias had a take on it. I don't know if he actually dignified me with a quote retweet or instead simply screenshotted my tweet again. But it's mostly just this. No, I think establishment Dems are just afraid of unelectable socialists throwing close elections to the fascists and dooming us all. No, they genuinely fear them because they'll lose, which is why Republicans are propping them up. No one fears you or your far-left dipshits. We just wish stupid people would stop getting elected so democracy could continue. Yeah, there's a real show of support from the far right, the right-wingers, and also the center-right of the Democratic Party. It's great. Francesca Hong had this to say. She said, I want to thank Sarah Rodriguez for putting herself forward and for her years of dedicated service to Wisconsin. I know this was an extraordinarily difficult and disappointing situation. I wish Sarah, her family, her supporters, and her campaign team well. Sarah has contributed a great deal to our state, and I know she will continue working to make Wisconsin a better place. I also want to recognize the union members and working families who supported Sarah's campaign. Their commitment to fair wages, safe workplaces, and strong public services, and the freedom to organize is essential to Wisconsin's future. Those values are also central to our campaign and to the work ahead. What the fuck is this? Remote viewing? She remote viewed Who Really Runs the World? Elizabeth April, NDE Journey. Some insightful spiritualism. Who really runs the world? Conspiracies aside. No thanks, chatter. I think I'm not going to do that because I'm currently remote viewing the real world. Okay? This is what Matt Iglesias had to say. What is this? False leftists like Plattner and Abdul Sayed are less woke than mainstream. Wait, no, this is not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for him criticizing me and saying that, yeah, Tony Evers fought against the right wing by winning multiple critical elections against Republicans in a pivotal swing state. Okay. My beef in this circumstance is not with Tony Evers. My beef in this circumstance is with the centrist forces that are activating Tony Evers to go out and consolidate support behind a weaker centrist candidate because they're worried about an actual resilient movement being built in Wisconsin. I do not have any fear that Francesca Hong will lose the general. Okay? If I did, I wouldn't endorse her. If I did, I wouldn't fight for her. There are plenty of unserious candidates that have, tried and failed to get my attention, right? I believe that Francesca Hong will not only win the primary, but she will also win the general. And not only will she win the general, she will fight for her constituents in ways that an establishment Democrat never could. She will be able to build the resilient backbone of a strong oppositional force against the growth of fascism in this country. Okay? That's it. That's it. I don't want a Republican to ever win another election ever again. And unless we create a viable alternative, a real opposition to these nefarious, malignant forces in American politics, there will always be a 2-year or a 4-year trade-off or a 6-year trade-off. Okay? where power exchanges hands and people grow disillusioned and more apathetic about voting for any candidate whatsoever. That is how we got to Donald Trump. I want that to change. Matt Iglesias gets paid to ensure that that change never takes place. That's the difference. I don't want a strong Republican Party. I want no Republican Party. Yeah, no one is less moderate than moderates by Ezra Klein from 2015. This is still real. The statistical mistake behind the myth of the moderates. I mean, this is something that Michael from Pennsylvania has talked about quite a bit. I've talked about this quite a bit as well. This is one of the biggest misconceptions in American politics, and I think it's a deliberate misconception. It's one that is weaponized, right? The idea that the moderates, the self-described moderates, are actually moderate from the perspective of the majorities, like the voters. They're not. No one thinks being pro-LGBTQ while simultaneously being anti-Medicare for all is a moderate position. The average voter looks at that and either hates that you're anti-Medicare for all, the overwhelming majority get annoyed that you're anti-Medicare for all, or they look at that and they only think you care about gay shit, okay? You can be pro-LGBTQ and also pro-Medicare for all. That is a popular position because Medicare for all is the popular position. You have to give people something, and then in exchange for the thing that you're giving them, you have to tell them, look, other people are going to take advantage of these services too. You can't complain about that. Do you want this fucking service, or do you want to go with the guy that will tell you you don't get to have health care, but neither does the undocumented migrant? You don't get to have health care, but neither does the transgender person. You don't get to have health care, but neither does the black person. Now, some people will still turn around and say, okay, that's fine. I hate my life. I want to kill myself. And I want everyone around me to also feel a fraction of the pain that I experience every day. I'm going with the bad guy. I'm going with the guy that says, I don't deserve health care, but they will stop and make sure they will stop black people from getting health care too. There are people like that out there, okay? There are people who will say, I choose cruelty. But there are far more people that will choose the universality behind those principles. There are far more Americans out there that'll go, no, of course I want everyone to have health care. Sure, maybe I don't really like gay people. Maybe gay people weird me out. Maybe trans people weird me out a little bit. But honestly, I like healthcare a lot more than I hate trans people. I'll tell you that much. Okay? This is what I always explain to people, like racist people, transphobic people, hateful people, they still need shelter. Okay? That is a primary need. Racist people, transphobic people, hateful people, bigoted people, they also need healthcare. What do you think is an easier sell? You're going to shut the fuck up and you're going to stop being transphobic and we're not going to give you anything different than the Republicans? Or is it better to simply say, look, everybody gets to have this stuff and you can't complain, but in exchange for not complaining, you are going to get health care, you are going to get housing, you are going to live a more comfortable existence that you deserve. That's it. That's it. I'll give you one area where people don't make this calculation regardless of their social conservatism. Labor unions. Okay? You think every rank and filer in the UAW is a fan of how woke Sean Fain is? No. But they love him as a leader. You want to know why? Because he fights like hell for those fucking contracts, and they trust him for it. Because he has materially improved the lives of every rank and filer. That's how this works. So they don't give a shit when voting comes around. They don't care that they might have disagreements with him on certain issues. Okay? Because what matters is the money that they're getting in exchange for a better contract. What matters is the better benefits that they're getting. What matters is seizing back their productive output piece by piece. They make this calculation all the time in labor unions. The opposite side of that takes place with Sean O'Brien, the leader of the Teamsters. You think every fucking Teamsters rank and filer loves that Sean O'Brien went to the RNC? No, they don't. I know many Teamsters. They don't like it at all. But it doesn't matter. As long as he gets those UPS contracts, that's what a leader is supposed to do. And that's what we are supposed to do. That's what we are supposed to do as well. If you fight for your constituents, if you fight for those who you are elected to represent, that's all that matters. There's always going to be disagreements on social issues. There's going to be disagreements on economic issues, as a matter of fact. But you are far more likely to see that not as a trade-off at all, but as, you know, I guess an unfortunate disagreement that you have if you are fully confident that that person will fight like hell for you. That is what Abdul al-Sayed is promising to Michiganders, and that is precisely what Francesca Hong is promising to people in Wisconsin. Okay? Also, by the way, Maylot is supposed to be here in a little bit. I think in like 10 minutes or so. And then, you know, we'll check in with her and see how she's been touring the country. And, you know, talk to her about all of the events that are unfolding. What is this? This video also shows why it's important not to write people off. If you only watch the first 10 seconds, you might conclude this guy was a MAGA thug who could not be persuaded on anything. But he listened and he thought and he went, okay, I'm not so sure anymore. Yeah, I know. But, you know, that guy's a tough sell. What is this? Also, you're not truly pro-LGBTQ unless you're pro-Medicare for all, because being anti-Medicare for all means you're pro-locking gay and trans people, oftentimes life-saving healthcare behind a paywall. Yeah, I mean, across the board. This Data for Progress poll actually brings that up. The Democratic establishment is out of step with the Democratic voters, on DSA. Despite the constant chaos from the White House, there is a lot to be excited about in Democratic politics. Data for Progress was proud to be the only pollster that forecast both the recent upset primary challenges to Democratic incumbents. First, Daria Liza Avila Chevalier's victory in New York 13th, and then Melat Kiros's victory in Colorado's 1st congressional district. As our polling has consistently found over the last year, Democratic voters are fed up with the status quo. They want candidates who will restrict military aid to Israel and take on the bad actors who they think are ruining our country, including billionaires and corporate landlords. Both Avila Chevalier and Kiros are members of and endorsed by the Democratic Socialists of America. Naturally, these insurgent victories prompted several meltdowns among centrist Democrat pundits. 81-year-old Democratic strategist James Carville, whom people apparently still interview, suggested it's time for a schism in the party because DSA has no place in the coalition. At the same time, members of the Democratic establishment have insinuated that DSA candidates who are critical of that establishment should not be allowed to compete in Democratic primaries. What is this? Someone is cosplaying you as their favorite streamer. Love you and I really appreciate you and all you do. Solidarity forever. Yes, I saw, dude. I saw. instead of cosplaying my attire, he should cosplay my mentality, my ideology, and also cosplay, not being a piece of shit. That's what he should be cosplaying. Also, people wear fucking suits all the time. I'm not going to take fucking credit for Destiny wearing a goddamn suit, dude. Come on. It's not that different than people being like, you copied Nick Fuentes. Like he invented wearing suits. If anything, he's trying to cosplay Zoran, probably. I'll admit that I was doubtful DSA was ready to seek a swing seat governorship, but the Hong campaign has already taken full advantage of the national environment, Wisconsin's progressive base, and a particularly weak split field. The sitting LG is broke, and the former lieutenant governor is trailing. This parallels New York City's mayoral race, where a slew of credible liberal candidates had a decent shot on paper, but never garnered any momentum and had the wind taken out of their sails by Zoran. And as McMorrow proved, primary voters aren't looking for middle ground candidates right now. Yep. This was before Sarah Rodriguez's campaign collapsed so hard that she had to drop out. Sex Pestiny is trying so hard to ride your wave, Lamau. Why you let him ride for free? What the fuck? You so stupid sometime? Ride what wave? He is a known sex pest and an ultra Zionist who is literally on the losing end of these primary battles over and over again because he has positioned himself as like the anti-me. He's also far too repulsive for even some of the biggest demons in the Democratic Party to like openly align with. I mean, he's probably made some inroads with like the Bulwark people or whatever, but ultimately most people find him to be a repulsive monster. He's trying to be you now, dude. Would it be me by what? Going and fucking trying to endorse and rally around establishment 85-year-old ultra-Zionist Democrats? Time to ignore everything Hasan is talking about because someone mentioned my parasocial drama obsession. Yeah. Yeah, what do you think? What do you think is going to happen? You think he's going to go to fucking Michigan and be like, I love Haley Stevens? Is that what you think? No, he's just going to keep fucking chirping from his home about how awful I am and hope that his fucking cult doesn't recognize that he's not actually moving the needle in any way, shape, or form, and that his entire worldview has basically been reduced to criticizing every little thing that I do and trying to negatively polarize me against them, against his audience. I wonder if that's the suit he's wearing to his court cases. Let's move on. We're talking about serious shit, okay? I'm no better than him if I just fucking end up spending any deal of time as he does with me every day. I'm the only content that he discusses on his broadcast. We talk about the news. We talk about a movement here. We don't fucking talk about random losers on the internet. All right. 81-year-old Democratic strategist James Carville, whom people apparently still interview, suggests it is time for a schism in the party because DSA has no place in the coalition. At the same time, members of the Democratic establishment have insinuated that DSA candidates who are critical of that establishment should not be allowed to compete in Democratic primaries. At a time when we are up against a fascist president and a party that want to actively intervene in the upcoming midterm elections to maintain their power, it's undemocratic and hypocritical for Democrats to intervene in their own primaries by attempting to quash the DSA. And at a time when most voters have a negative view of the Democratic Party establishment, it's also a bad strategy and yet another example of the status quo establishment being out of step with the will of the Democratic voters. A new Data for Progress poll finds that strong majority of Democratic voters and Democratic-leaning independents, 61%, think DSA should be allowed in the Democratic Party, while a mere 16% say it should not. This is consistent across ideology with very liberal, somewhat liberal, and even moderate Democrats saying DSA should be welcomed by double-digit margins. A strong majority of Democratic voters believe DSA should be allowed in the Democratic Party, of course. Furthermore, Data for Progress's new report on swing voters finds that swing voters respond most strongly to populist economic policies championed by progressives and DSA candidates. Raising taxes on the wealthy, establishing a Medicare for all healthcare system, and banning AI from setting prices or wages based on personal data. Oh, wow. Look at that. Shocking. Our platform is unbelievably popular. And it's only going to get more popular. Anyway, here's a fun little story before we get to who do you support age 18 to 24, according to Harvard Harris poll. Hamas 60%, Israel 40%. But before we do that, Chiose, today we welcomed our interns to City Hall, a fitting stop for a team that has done such incredible work for our district. They've brought sharpness, heart, and hustle to everything we do. The future of Brooklyn is in good hands with these young public servants. Smile. They also told me I'm too old to be Gen Z. I said, you are Unk. And then he fucking slandered me. Can we teach Hasan how to hit depth? You'll be hearing from my lawyers. Slander. Slander. Libel. Defamation. Lies. All expected from these communists manipulating the public with their pie-in-the-sky idealism. That's why we need moderates in every seat. Okay? I got slandered so hard, I'm Shannon Watts now. I got slandered so hard, I now believe that, you know, a moderate politics is the only way forward. Oh, before I forget, Tom Tiffany. Tom Tiffany also came after our girl, Francesca Hong. Tom Tiffany criticizes Francesca Hong for appearing with Hasan Piker, but the Republican appeared on a podcast with a host who made anti-Semitic remarks of his own. In recent weeks, Republican candidate for governor Tom Tiffany criticized Democratic candidate Francesca Hong for appearing on a podcast with Hasan Piker, who Tiffany called one of the leading anti-Semites in the country. Wait, hold on. Hello? My guest is here. Hong appeared on Piker's show in late June. Okay, let's just, you know what? Let's let me get set up because I have to set some stuff up right now. But yeah. Here, let's play
So you
this
don't want to
now.
abolish the Senate, the United States Senate, because that's what Article 1 is. Do you
The
know
United
that?
States Senate is an undemocratic institution. It gives more representation to people in smaller states than to the 30
That's why you have
million
the
people in
balance. So you've
California.
got the House of Representatives, which is population driven,
Mhm.
and then you've got the Senate. So every state, if you're a small state, you still get 2 senators, even though you only get maybe 1 congressman, in order to make all of the states have fair representation. So you say, I'm just confused.
When you ask normal Americans
Yeah.
if Congress and the Senate and our political system is working for them,
Mhm.
most people are very unhappy with the political system and they say it's not working for them. When we think about the 250th anniversary of the United States and we think about our proudest moments in US history, I think of times like when ordinary people rose up and they changed the Constitution to abolish slavery. to give women the right to vote.
Everyone's proud of that.
And
that's a nationwide pride in the country.
But back in those moments, those were considered radical movements because those people dared to say we need transformative change in the United States.
Right.
And I
well,
think
we
that
struggle
we see...
to become a more perfect union. But I just want to ask you again, do you want to abolish the United States Senate? Because you said you approve of Article 1, but then you said you didn't think the Senate works.
We think that the Senate should be reformed, that we should have a more democratic government system. But that's a long-term change that we're seeking. And in the short term, we're focused on issues like affordability, like freezing the rent, which we've just done in New York, like creating a universal childcare system, which we're also taking steps toward doing, like fixing our energy grid.
Hold on, chat. Let's see. Let's see if the audio is working. Okay. All right. Is it doubled up? Probably. All right. There it is. Okay. Fox News is straight up helping DSA with these interviews? I know. I think so too. There's an echo for now, but the echo's gone now, right? I fixed the echo. All right, hold on, my guest is here.
Did you get a discount for
Wait, you can, there's, the mic is on.
Hi,
they can hear you. Hi.
That was a maze.
Okay, I know. It's a complex structure. Oh, here you go. Melai Kuros, everybody. She's in the building.
Hi, everybody.
Okay, here you go.
How are you?
I'm doing all right. I just got into town, and very excited. You're speaking at the College Democrats of America Convention. Did you speak today?
I did.
Oh, you did. How was it?
It was amazing. It was so cool. I mean, I don't know. I just love talking to young people, and especially all of these college students that just like organized this entire convention for people from across the country.
Mm-hmm.
It's just amazing. They're amazing. It was a great time.
So you were, I think, you were endorsed by the College Democrats, right?
Mm-mm.
Or no, you weren't?
So, no.
Because I feel like there was someone from, I think it was someone from the College Democrats of America that came up to me at your, or maybe it was something else. It was but you were endorsed by the Democrats you were endorsed in the convention.
I was endorsed in the convention.
Yeah.
Well, they don't call it an endorsement, but yeah, we won the convention.
Yeah, you won the convention, so the Democratic Party backed you.
Yeah.
Well, that was
I wouldn't say the Democratic. So Colorado's really sensitive when it comes to endorsing and stuff like that.
Explain it
of what
to
happened
me.
Bernie. A lot of Colorado delegates were Bernie supporters, and then after all of the like mess that happened, the state party passed a rule basically saying the party has to remain neutral, and that includes all of the like counterparts of the party as well. So the Young Dems, the Denver Young Democrats, the Colorado Young Democrats, and the state party, the Denver County Party, they just stay neutral to make sure stuff like what happens to Bernie doesn't happen again.
Yeah, I'm trying to fix the focus.
I know.
Sorry.
I figured. You're
That's
good.
Wait. Can you move up a little bit?
I can do that.
Let's see, because I don't know what's going on. Okay. Oh, this is better. All right. Perfect. I think this is better. Yeah.
Okay.
So, cancel face focus on you? It's not. Is it still? It's good now, isn't it? You're serving. You're serving, so the camera's like, it's messing up. The camera's like, I don't even understand. I look at this ugly man's face all day.
Oh, stop.
Oh wait, let me see. Maybe I can do it here. Does that work?
Good.
I think. Oh God. Okay. Yeah, you're serving the people. That's what I meant. Boom. So how's it been so far? You've endorsed some other candidates as well. You've gone around the country. That's been really good. It's been really impactful. I think it's like an important part of like building this movement.
100%.
How have things changed so far since your victory?
Going out in public is a different thing now,
Yeah?
for sure. Yeah. It's amazing. It's so cool to meet a lot of people that supported our campaign. And, you know, a lot of people found us in like those last couple of weeks when I wasn't really going out and about to begin with. But I think my favorite thing has been that like we've just had so many hospitality staff that were supporting the campaign because I was a barista and all the things. And anytime I'm getting a cup of coffee or like having breakfast out, it's just you get to meet voters and it's amazing. So
That's cool. Is it just in? So you're clouded in Denver, is what you're saying. Well, what about elsewhere? Like, are people stopping you in DC? Because this is a
if
town.
they're Ethiopian.
Oh, okay. Well, I was gonna say this is a town full of nerds.
Yeah.
So there's gonna be people who are like, "Oh my God, you won! You defeated a 30+ year incumbent."
Yeah. I haven't not yet.
Not yet.
Not
they
yet.
haven't. Okay.
No.
Because like
But
when
it's
they
been
were
good.
when they
It's
were
been
calling
great.
up, they didn't say Congresswoman.
Did they not?
They didn't say that.
I didn't say anything.
Yeah.
They just asked my last name.
They should know. They should know. This was a historic victory for you. They should be giving you your flowers. I don't know what to expect from the college Democrats. I don't even.
Do you want to hear something?
Okay, give me some free ball.
I mean, they just had some really cool speakers. The chief of the Cherokee Nation went right before me, and I got to hear his whole speech, and it was absolutely incredible. Apparently, the Cherokee Nation donates more to the college Democrats than the DNC and the D-Trip. Yeah.
It's crazy.
Absolutely wild. And then in my speech, when I talked about, the things that we're fighting for, what could be better, healthcare, housing, blah, 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 when I talked about ending our complicity in the genocide in Palestine, I got a standing ovation. So they're like just ready for people that are going to finally speak to the things that young Democrats actually care about. And they're great.
So, I mean, that's cool. That gives me a little bit more comfort because when I first heard about this, I saw that you were doing it, so I was like, oh, okay, so they're like probably chill.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, I was like, I wonder if Neera Tanden is luring me here so that she can drone strike me or something. Like, I'm just gonna go up on that stage and then Neera Tanden's got hitters out here.
Stop it.
Yeah.
No.
Because
it's literally just an audience full of college depth.
I know, but there's a lot of there's a lot of big donors that are backing the convention.
Yeah.
And so I was a little bit worried, but it's fine. I mean, I'll take all of these opportunities to speak to a large audience of people who I think normally would maybe not hear from me, or at least like there are going to be people in this audience that will then become staffers for prominent, sometimes centrist Democrats, right? So I think it's good for them to hear from someone like myself and hear my perspective, hear your perspective as well.
Yeah, for sure.
And
what are you just speaking? Or are you doing like a?
I'm doing two things. I'm doing a thing in the morning before I stream, and then I'm going to deliver a speech right before the DNC vice chair speaks.
No way.
Actually, yeah,
Okay.
which is that's going to
Which
be.
one? Isn't there two?
I think I'm not sure. Wait, let me see.
Okay.
I gotta look it up. I'm not so sure, but I think it's like me and then maybe I think Kat. I think after.
Oh, I missed her. I didn't realize. I thought she was going to be today, and that I would have seen her.
Yeah. Are you? Oh, you're out after today. You're busy.
Yeah. Fly back.
You're busy.
Tomorrow. Got a canvas for a graduated income tax ballot measure that we're trying to pass because Colorado is the only state in the country that has a taxpayer bill of rights. And the only way you can pass a new tax is by passing it via ballot measure. And this tax would raise taxes on everyone making over $500K. And
Is that good or
taxes
bad? The ballot measure.
Terrible. No one votes for more taxes. And so our schools, our infrastructure, everything is just like really, really struggling, and they can't do anything about it. Which is why when you renew your car registration, you just see this like litany of fees, because that's like one of the only ways that they can raise revenue without it upsetting everybody. My bad, I just leaned back again.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
But yeah.
I'm trying to stay out of focus.
So yeah, I'm going to be heading back there for a canvas tomorrow morning.
That's cool.
Yeah.
What was I going to ask you? There was a bunch of stuff. I mean, there's a lot of different races going around. Are you who are you excited for? Who have you endorsed so far that you're excited for?
Every single JD candidate and every single federally endorsed DSA candidate. I'm lending my support in whatever way. If any volunteers or staffers on any of those campaigns want to reach out to our campaign about how we can help coming out to join for a canvas or something, let us know. I don't know, we got to go in there with as big of a coalition as we can. And it's a numbers game at the end of the day. So the more folks we can help support and phone bank for and fly out and canvas for, the better.
Have you seen some of the stuff that's going around with the Abdul El-Sayed race and the Senate race?
Yes, I think.
There's a lot of like consolidation of established Democrats like Power. Jim Clyburn recently endorsed Haley Stevens, who obviously has gotten more than $50 million in outside expenditures. I believe close to 40 million of that is just coming from AIPAC and AIPAC subsidiaries. And the race is definitely heating up. Abdul's still the front runner. Yeah, he's still leading. There was one poll that came out that was already a favorable poll from a newspaper that had endorsed Haley Stevens and had always shown Haley Stevens overperforming in comparison to other polls that showed her above Abdul. And then everybody leaned into that. And then a Data for Progress poll came out, who famously got your race far closer than anybody else, including also Daria Eliz as well. And that Data for Progress internal poll that was commissioned by, I think, one of the PACs, that showed Abdul far ahead. Yeah, above 50% actually. So there's definitely a lot of excitement. There's no ground game whatsoever for Haley Stevens. But I wanted to, since you also took out a, what's up?
Sorry, I was just like, it tends to happen where you don't have a ground game when you're not running an inspiring platform.
Yeah, so if you, what kind of advice do you have for a race like that? Even though obviously the demographics are very different, but I wanted to hear, because I don't know what the final vote tally looked like. I mean, you killed it, but did you see a lot of surprising support from any particular demographic that you did not expect? Like older voters is basically what I'm asking about.
Yeah. We don't have the demographic data yet, but the first drop we were up I think 4 points.
Yeah, and that was supposed to be the older vote.
That's the older vote. Yeah. Everybody, you get to vote for 3 weeks once the ballots are out, and young people always vote in literally the last few days. I literally always voted on election day and scrambled to try and find my ballot drop box. So for us to have been up in the first drop means that we likely won a majority of older voters as well, which is not what our polling was showing a month or two beforehand. But I'm really excited to dig into some of the actual demographic data because we still have a general to win, and I want to really reach out to some of the demographics that we.
Is there anyone running against you?
There's a Republican, and then there is an unaffiliated candidate who was really upset with my stance on Palestine and on Israel, and is running. So he submitted signatures. He submitted more than enough signatures that he needed, so it's possible he's going to make the ballot. We're still very, very, very favored to win, but I don't know. I think competitive elections are important, so we're going to still put in the work.
Yeah. No, for sure.
Yeah.
It's never a done deal, as we've seen. There's always hurdle after hurdle, but I think it's important to take that victory and then once and for all solidify it that Denver is now DSA territory. It's captured by the wokes.
It's been captured, but now it's official.
For sure.
Now it's official.
DSA Denver is analyzing the data, and we will be getting precinct level data on July 20th. We'll have a report out eventually on the race. Yeah. So my suspicion and the early voter, your early voter performance actually confirmed it, is that the surprising factor is not just the boost in the youth turnout, which is constantly underestimated for obvious reasons, especially in the primaries. Like, it's unheard of to have young people go out and vote in a Democratic Party primary because young people don't even vote in the general usually. But the surprising overperformance, I think, or the surprising performance comes from older voters who also are carrying the same exact resentments that young voters are feeling. Not just an anger towards the Republican Party, which we all share, but also an anger towards the Democrats as well for their feckless ineptitude, for basically losing to Trump twice, like simply put.
100%.
I think that was a real wake-up call for a lot of people that made them realize, like a lot of older, lifelong, blue dog Democrats, lifelong down ballot voters that looked at the situation and said, okay, we voted for the moderate. Sometimes we plugged our nose to vote for the moderate. Sometimes we believed the electability argument and voted for the moderate. But this is not working.
No, 100%. I mean, again, I'll never forget the older voters that would come to our canvases and talk about how they've been fighting and protesting the same stuff since Vietnam, and just constantly seeing the party, the establishment, the oligarchy doing all of these things. And these are folks that have been fighting for so long and frankly are just ready for young people to actually take up the mantle and fight in the same way that their generation did. And we are, and I'm really so proud to see young people. I mean, I personally really credit, not all of it, obviously. There were just years of activism and working and decades of activism from Palestinian activists themselves as well. But when the students started protesting and started doing those encampments, it would have been unheard of if you had told them that just a few years later that a majority of Democrats would have voted against sending Israel any more military aid.
I mean, it was shocking to me.
Insane.
This has been a wild journey. I've been an advocate professionally, openly for Palestinian emancipation for the last 13 years that I've been doing this, and back in the day, most people didn't know what Palestine even was. They thought, oh, Pakistan? Is that what you're talking about? They kind of knew Israel as the only democracy in the Middle East. And that was it. But the idea that there would be this complete sea change where, I mean, there's a new Harvard-Harris poll that just came out. I don't want to get you in trouble. You don't have to say anything about it. I'm not even going to show it on screen. I'm just going to show you something that I saw.
Okay.
This.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, actually, there's other stuff in the Harvard-Harris poll that are very interesting. That came out that shows that it's not just young people. Obviously, it's there are across the board, all demographics have completely turned. The situation is turned on its head. And turned in a direction that is more just, that's more honest. It's just for years and years, I think most people just didn't even consider this stuff at all. And let me see, where is it? There was some interesting data that came out of it. Wait, did you get? You got attacked for collaborating with me. I mean, we had
they canceled 3 of our venues.
Yeah, they canceled 3 of the venues. What do you say to candidates that might be fearful of an association at this point? I don't think any of them are, but if there was any concern, because Tom Tiffany is now criticizing Francesca Hong for appearing with me.
Oh my God!
But it turns out, according to the Milwaukee Courier, he appeared on a podcast with a host who made anti-Semitic remarks.
It's just not.
Oh, he went on the Quartering podcast? No.
What is the Quartering? Do I want to know?
No. Oh my God, this story is so much funnier than I thought it would be.
Is this really right wing?
This guy, his whole output, he's got no motion. His whole output is just talking about how women ain't shit. Look, woke Canadian attacks American and finds out. It's all racial agitprop. It's all just woke women are nasty. Oh my God,
he got mad at Francesca for being on your thing.
Well, yeah, Tom Tiffany did. He once famously, okay, this guy, this is so funny. You should not know who this person is. He's just a fucking random, like, he's not even like relevant in the Republican sphere, but it's still really funny. He's a basement pisser. He once got mad at his wife for going out without him, I think, and then he just like pissed in his own basement. It sounds insane. Literally happened.
I thought basement pisser was like a euphemism that you were using.
No. He peed in his own basement.
Okay, gotcha.
Actually, he has a video out there when he was an IT guy teaching pedophiles how to hide their child pornography in their hard drives. Yes, insane.
How is he allowed to have a YouTube channel?
Oh, YouTube encourages this stuff practically. Are you kidding me? They're like, oh, sweet, you're a great right winger. You're a valuable asset to the
It
media.
doesn't even look that good though. These are some low view counts.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm saying he's like also no motion at the same time. And then last but not least, there's that one. I mean, he made a career, if you want to call it that, off of just Brie Larson videos. For the longest time, he would just do Brie Larson videos like, oh, Marvel went woke, fucking sucks, all this stuff. And
so there must be something.
Speaking to a congresswoman-elect, by the way, yes, I'm teaching her game. Okay, I'm downloading. She's downloading very important information. And then the last thing I was gonna say is, yeah, the there it is tweet. Come on, someone has to have it. Someone send me the quarter pounder there it is tweet. Someone goes, Hitler was like bad or something. Someone tweets out like Hitler was fucked up and bad.
Yeah.
And this guy quote retweeted and went, there it is, like defending Adolf Hitler.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's his vibe. He's a
Yeah,
Nazi.
no, that's his vibe. And that's the person whose
mad at
podcast that Tom Tiffany, who's the Republican on the Wisconsin gubernatorial race.
Aren't they trying to?
Yeah, look at this. Someone says fuck Hitler. He quote retweets and it goes, and there we have it. Yikes.
Insane.
That's gonna be a yikes for me. You unironically leap to defend Hitler. You have no rights to be yikesing anybody, turd. He was nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize.
He has to be trolling though. There's no
What the fuck have you ever done?
That's insane.
I think you don't understand how bad it gets on the internet, which is good. You're
I was about to
you're
say,
normal.
the internet is a
That's
little
good.
bit of a
You went to law school. You were working for a law firm. See, posting got you in trouble. And then I
realized I didn't laugh.
Yeah. So you were like, I'm good. I'm never posting.
And I posted that on LinkedIn of all places.
Yeah,
so.
I think that when I first heard that, I was like, should I even work with this person? She posts on LinkedIn. Who the fuck
I was
posts
responding to a letter that was also posted on LinkedIn.
You shouldn't even be on LinkedIn. You should not
They shouldn't have been on LinkedIn.
You should not be reading anything on LinkedIn.
It was a nutty time. It was a nutty time. That's where everybody was posting.
You
some of
really
the most
needed an outlet.
unhinged
You were like, "What?
posts.
This is like not even a Substack." You were like, "LinkedIn. That is where I'm gonna make my mark."
I had to post it in the same place everybody saw his letter.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was your biggest L, I think. That
was
was
posting
your.
it on LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Where else was I going to post it?
That's like that might.
It was for other lawyers.
I'm not even kidding. That might be the only time anyone's been canceled on for posting on LinkedIn. Actually,
No, I
probably
do.
not.
I mean, I think everyone was getting canceled when they were posting on there.
That was the Batman composer she was responding to. Wait, who? Or no, the Batman composer?
Weasel Boy?
Oh, I don't know. I think they're just talking about. Oh no, this is a different guy. This is a different weirdo. You want to see it? You want to see how weird these guys get?
I'm scared. But
Have you ever seen the Whatever podcast?
No.
Okay, this is a misogyny podcast, and when I say like, I'm not being like woke and being like, oh, they're so misogynistic. Like they literally, almost exclusively, their output is just like having women on their podcast that they try to berate endlessly, and then they sometimes get owned by the women on the podcast. This is one of those moments.
Charlie, I just think honestly you're too stupid to understand them.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
you
lick sniz.
That's his retort. This is like a 50-year-old man. No shame. He said, you lick sniz.
Oh my goodness.
Your religion.
You lick sniz.
What is that?
He doubled down. He was like, that was such a banger. I must repeat. I must repeat.
You're fucking. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your mouth.
Yeah,
It's because I'm better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed and you know that the traditional values that you try to sell
They
people
cook.
are bullshit because
Let's
you
go
are not
through
a
it.
traditional man.
Chuck.
Love her.
Yeah. No, that was awesome.
That's amazing.
Hassan, she's gonna see all this and ban the internet. First bill.
Do you know what? Okay, I have a theory that I always share with people, which is that millennials are the only generation ever to not get more conservative as they get older.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's because I consider myself a zillennial.
No, you're with us.
I am?
Yeah,
Okay,
you're with
dope.
us. I've been taking ownership over your millennial qualities already.
Okay, incredible, amazing.
Yeah.
My theory is that millennials grew up on the internet during the Wild Wild West before algorithms were there, and we had to sift through all of the complete and utter nonsense that was on there and build critical thinking skills on the internet in a way that old people and young people right now do not have, and therefore everybody else is getting more conservative because the internet is just a cesspool of that stuff.
Okay, so like when you were growing up, there was like, have you ever heard of the concept of like email chains, like that old people fall for?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that scam is something that Gen Z falls for as well.
All the time.
But I think the difference is like you're an older Gen Z, so you went through your formative years and then COVID happened, as opposed to if you experience COVID when you're in like high school, you're cooked.
No, I agree. I do also think like I was on their early days of Facebook, MySpace. Like there was literally no algorithm. It was just like you meeting your friends or your family or new people, but like you had to sift out who was real and who wasn't, and like what was real and what wasn't, versus like now where like you literally, even before all the like AI deepfake stuff, you just can't really tell if you're not somebody who had to figure it out for yourself beforehand.
Okay, there's one more from this guy.
Of course there is.
I'm supposed to open the pickle jar?
I love music.
So he challenges another female guest that he has to opening a pickle jar.
I gotta grip it.
If you can't.
Oh, I love her. Oh no.
Grab me a paper towel so I can dry the top of it off.
You're the big.
He's like using numerous. Like he's got paper towels on there. He's just like, we gotta wipe it off. We gotta wipe it off. That's why it's not
There
open.
you go. Come on.
I can't grip the fucker. Like I gotta have a way to grip it. I gotta grip it. Try it.
Real though.
Yeah, and then the producer comes in and just
like
pops it out, pops the top open. It's awesome. Wait, what is this?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, simple.
Poor buddy.
Bro, can you stop wasting this newly elected congresswoman's time? Dog, what do you mean? We're just, we're chilling. Like, not everything has to be serious all the time. Jesus Christ, she already won a very contentious primary. Okay, she won a contentious primary. She already got through this significant battle. Okay, what is the strangest phone call that you've had so far?
Phone call?
Yeah, like who has reached out since your victory that you were like, damn, I had no idea, and why is it Hakeem Jeffries? No, I'm just kidding.
Stop it. There's no one that surprised me. All the like expected people reached out.
Really?
Yeah, actually, you know what? What I'll say generally that surprised me was that a lot more members, even some like moderate ones, reached out that I wasn't expecting, which I really appreciated. I think everybody has been generally like really kind, and I think that is because the squad, AOC and Ilhan, and like they endured so much, and because of like the, I think, culture that they've built right now, people are not nearly as awful, and so people have generally been nice so far.
That's good. Have you haven't encountered any Republicans yet?
In person? No.
No, not in person. Because they've been going crazy.
Oh, I know.
They've been going crazy on the internet. They're like, these
They're
radicals,
going really
these
nutty
radicals.
in Colorado, especially. Because,
Oh, really?
Yeah. They. I mean, the governor literally just made a post talking about socialism.
Well, he's technically not a Republican, but
He counts to me.
He's not a Republican. He's just getting Republicans out of prison for no reason.
Exactly. Just doing them some favors here and there.
It's just normal.
But yeah, no, they're fully on the communists are taking over train. And that, Colorado, they're literally starting, one of the most popular conservative radio show hosts in Colorado made a article post thing about why he's thinking about leaving Colorado.
He's gonna escape Colorado.
He called it the most American thing you can do, which is to
run away.
New frontier.
You see, that's what I like. Okay, so you don't have enough skin in the game. Then.
No, you don't.
Because
you don't. And I wanted so badly to find a tweet of him commenting on somebody else who said that they were going to escape to Canada when Trump won.
Yeah.
Because I promise you, it's there.
Because it's like this. I mean, Trump has won twice.
Yeah.
And now this time around, this government is actively coming after me, and I'm still no, I'm staying here.
Yeah.
People are like, you should probably, find a safe haven. I'm like, no, I'm here. I'm stubborn. That's what you're supposed to do. What do you mean? You're not supposed to escape Colorado to go. These guys always do this. They go to Texas, and then all the locals in Texas hate them.
Yeah.
Because the locals in Texas, in places like Austin especially, they're woke.
Yeah.
And then these guys come in and they're all like, oh yeah, I'm gonna wear a big hat and well, I guess Colorado is kind of like that too.
We do have big hats.
Yeah, Colorado is like hippie. It's like it's a version of an American that I don't normally see. They're chuds, but they're also granola. They're like crunchy granola chuds.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, they have Gore-Tex sometimes, but then they also have cowboy hats.
Yeah.
It's this weird matchup. New Age cowboys,
We're a special place.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful, and the food is good.
You thought so, right?
Yes, I think I think
True
Denver's gotten a
redemption.
bad rap for no reason.
Has.
Yeah.
Do you know what it is that we often say for Denver is that there is incredible food, the quality is absolutely there. It might just not be in the quantity.
Yeah, I almost missed your election. Well, I guess it
was a long night. I didn't even get to enjoy the party.
Yeah.
Well, I was so bummed out. I ended up watching some of your stream afterwards to be like, I wonder if everybody had fun.
Yeah, no, everyone was having a great time.
You're gaslighting me the whole night.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I almost missed the first. I missed the first ballot drop because I was too busy eating tacos from this one. It was what is it? It was I think it was Kike's. Yeah, it was what was it? Chat will know. Chat will remember. But it was really good. It was I had a torta.
Ooh.
And a burrilla with the one that you dip in the.
Was it on the list?
It was red taco. Yeah, it was. Deep gave me the list. Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, but it was great.
Kiki. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Kike's red tacos.
Nice.
Yeah.
Love
it
that
was
for you.
Excellent.
Amazing.
Oh my God, I'm starting to get really hungry.
No, yeah, I needed someone else to recommend food for you because
you don't know?
Well, I mean, I largely go to the vegan and vegetarian restaurants.
Oh yeah, that's true. You're vegan, right? Or you're vegetarian?
Vegetarian till
my editor
November.
loves that.
Your editor? Yeah, he does.
Wait,
he wants a vegan caucus.
Yeah, wait,
Yeah.
Till November?
Yeah, because I'm still traveling. And it's the traveling piece.
Oh, you swapped over. Yeah. You swapped over to
I'm still
vegetarian for
vegetarian,
traveling, but you're vegan normally.
Yeah.
How did you make that decision? I never asked you that when you were running because I didn't want to hurt your chances.
I'm dead. It came from petty rebellion. After I got fired, I was just doing a lot of research on policy to try and figure out what I wanted to do next. And I was reading about the healthcare industry and how, we're all just so sick. And then all these doctors were just we just need better diet and exercise, and actually policy is where a lot of those things are made. And then I was reading about the FDA and the USDA and just all of these things. And I was like, oh, this is all fucked, genuinely. And then also the environment. So it was really petty to begin with. I was like, I'm just going to do this to rebel a little bit. And now I actually really, really love all animals and creatures. I can't even kill spiders anymore.
That's
So,
crazy.
I know. So.
Yeah, spiders, they're my ops. Like if I see a spider,
No, I'm still not their friend.
I'm throwing hands.
But I'm still
It's
gonna
not-
ask someone to just cup them, and why do they have to die? Because I'm afraid of them.
Yeah. Speaking of the FDA,
Yeah.
and also, the health department in general.
Yeah.
There's a explosive bout of diarrhea that's taking up the entire country by storm.
Yeah, I know.
And they have yet to identify exactly what is responsible for it. They assume it's shredded lettuce. As a vegetarian, has this been difficult? Has this been a trying time for you?
I honestly, the other day I was thinking about getting Taco Bell, and then I saw a tweet that they suspect it might.
What do you even eat at Taco Bell? Just like
Taco
bean
Bell
and
is
cheese,
actually
right? Yeah.
kind of a bit of a haven, especially if you get like Fresca for anything that you're trying to get. And I'm
Yeah.
vegetarian now, so I can still get the cheese and the
Yeah,
sour cream. But no, I mean, terrified mostly, but I think everybody's scared because they don't
Yeah.
know where it's coming from.
No, I eat a lot of lettuce too, but luckily I've been
Still here?
I've been good.
Look at that.
Explosive diarrhea, screwworms, orange smoke plumes, drilling on protected lands, 100-degree days every day. America's back. Yeah. And better than ever, stronger than ever. Oh my God, someone said, someone I think is someone's got it.
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah.
That sounds really rough.
Ask her if she trusts RFK Jr. with her lettuce regulations.
I don't trust RFK Jr. with anything.
Really?
Actually.
Me either, but for different reasons. Because he wears jeans to the gym. And I find that to be
was strange.
ridiculous.
That was strange.
Yeah.
I don't get that. But aren't jeans supposed to be more like...
Yeah, you can do stuff in jeans for
Yeah.
sure. Like it's supposed to be for more active. It's active wear originally, but we've evolved past the need
We've
for
evolved.
jeans in the gym.
Surely you have better
Yeah,
options.
this isn't like 1924. You know what I mean? You
Fair
can't.
enough. I was trying to throw him a tiny little bone. But
No, absolutely not. And to the pool too. He wore it into the pool.
He wore it into the pool?
Yeah, one time with Kid Rock.
Kid Rock is still around.
God, I can't wait for this administration to finally receive a little bit of accountability.
We're almost there.
Yeah. All right. So you delivered a speech to Colorado. Oh, not Colorado. The College Dams of America.
Mm-hmm.
You've gotten some phone calls from people.
Mm-hmm.
Have you talked to Diane DeGette since?
Yeah, she called the morning after
Mhm.
to
You see, she voted on the Massey
I did.
Amendment, which
Yeah,
was
the whole
which was
Democratic
good.
Colorado delegation did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was cool.
Yeah, I was happy to see.
I do feel like
progress.
your victory and the victory of other DSA and Just Democrat candidates probably played a little bit of a role in that because it's becoming like an undeniable force. Because as much as I think a lot of establishment Democrats refuse to reckon with the voters and their demands, elections are popularity contests.
Yeah.
And when they see that, they're like, okay, we have to be more responsive.
100%.
So that's
no, I
good.
agree. I think our win is the same thing. Like what fueled our win is the same thing that fueled them into voting in the way that they did. Like ultimately, our victory was a reflection of where the voters of this party actually are. In a way that I think if DeGette had won, that would have been a signal to them that like, okay, things are, you can still make these votes.
And they're
not
still
face
trying to
consequences.
desperately grab onto that because they like with Zoran's victory also came Abigail Spanberger's victory in Virginia and Mickey Sherrill in New Jersey, and they were like, well, see, centrist Democrats are obviously still like very successful, very reliable, very popular in purple states. And what's interesting is like, I mean, I have disagreements with them, a lot of disagreements with them, but at the end of the day, it's like very clear that they're trying to present a counter narrative to the best of their ability, and so far, Spanberger's popularity is cratered because she's legislating as a governor like a centrist.
Yeah, 100%.
And people clearly
Which was
don't.
not what the voters voted for, without question.
People don't have appetite for that. People don't want that at all.
Yeah.
So all right. Oh, last thing I wanna ask your take on. Have you seen this?
No, I mean
Mitch McConnell. Have you seen him yet?
No, not physically.
You've been here. You've been in
I cannot
D.C.
provide proof of his condition.
Okay. Mitch McConnell has been incognito mode.
Yeah.
He recently came out the day that Lindsey Graham died. He released a statement saying, "I'm alive."
I love how everybody had the shared experience of someone telling them that Lindsey Graham died, and everybody was like, "You mean Mitch McConnell?" And
Yeah.
then,
Yeah. No. It was. It was one or the other. It seems. But the Kentucky governor, Andy Bashar, warns he got called suggesting Mitch McConnell died. McConnell has posted a video of
he
himself.
said this publicly?
Yeah, he said, because he has demanded a proof of life.
Did he?
He did. It was like 3 weeks in, but he
I'm
finally,
impressed,
21 days
honestly.
in. It's now been more than 30
We're not
days.
nearly angry enough about Congress members that just disappear out of
Yeah.
nowhere with no answer for it.
Yeah, it happens quite frequently because many of them are super old.
Yeah.
Um,
And also, it's just normal when they're not in their district. So, like, of the people who maybe would identify that quicker,
Yeah,
they're
Mitch
never
McConnell's
there to
never.
begin
Yeah, exactly. Despite recent evidence to the contrary, Kentucky Governor Andy Bashar isn't so sure that Senator Mitch McConnell is actually alive. Speaking with journalist Katie Couric in an interview published on YouTube on July 15th.
Hey, Governor, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing? Wait, I want to see if we can find we can identify the timestamp here, but. Bashir explained why he had requested a formal update from McConnell's office earlier this month. In his explanation, Bashir revealed that he had received information from multiple officials indicating that the 84-year-old Republican had passed away.
there's just no way. There's no way you can, like, hide a scandal like that for that long, though.
Yeah.
Right?
Is the audio really bad? Is it really echoey, chat? I don't know.
Can you add more echo?
Yeah. I have the worst fan base. I swear to God.
They're spicy.
Yeah.
But the medium.
Not great. No. I mean, no, not at all. Okay, most people are saying it's fine. Oh, it was the video. Oh, that's why they were saying echo. Okay, not when we're talking, when the video plays. Yeah, I know. I know when the video plays, it gets annoying. Kentucky senator went missing for nearly a month. We know that. I mean, the fact that other people also said to him that Mitch McConnell might be dead is
that's wild.
pretty fucking crazy.
That is insane.
Yeah, that's American politics, though. You know.
What's the concern, though? I don't get it. Like, if he were to, because he's already said he's not.
I think
again.
I think there was a little bit of suspicion. There's a little bit of worry that that there would have to be so because Kentucky has a woke Democrat governor, they changed the state constitution to immediately do a special election in a situation like this.
Oh.
If like so that to ensure that the governor doesn't appoint, to ensure that the woke governor doesn't appoint a Democrat, and now there is a real problem because Thomas Massie just lost his seat to AIPAC, and Thomas Massie could just come in on that special election and potentially make that a tougher battle.
They have a really slim majority in the Senate, right?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, Thomas Massie could be
He would be a
vote.
problem.
He would be a problem for Epstein-related issues, Israel-related issues. Bashir said he may ignore that because it's unconstitutional and appoint anyway. Oh, that'd be beast mode. That'd be even better.
That would be amazing. We don't ignore some of the bullshit that Republicans have been pulling enough, in my personal opinion.
Yeah.
But, it's fine.
They're Mitch McConnelling Mitch McConnell. Oh yeah, that's true. They are Mitch McConnelling Mitch McConnell.
Yeah. Hey, that's crazy.
So, who knows?
I don't know. I feel like I saw some of the folks that were saying that the picture of McConnell was like AI. And I'm like, I feel like it was a real picture.
It looked real, yeah. But who knows? It was also strange because his wife literally left for China, I think 24 hours after he was hospitalized. Yeah. And very publicly visited the VP of the Communist Party of China. It's like I go out to China and I pay out of pocket the whole way, and everyone's like, "Oh, you're an asset to the state." Meanwhile, a former congresswoman and the wife of Mitch McConnell literally flies to China 24 hours after her husband may or may not have passed away. And I guess there's no suspicion whatsoever there. That's cool, I guess.
What is this? I don't think I've seen this.
Oh, this is really cool. Democratic Socialists top MAGA candidates among voters in CNBC's All America poll. More voters will be more likely to support a Democratic Socialist candidate than a Make America Great Again supporter or a candidate endorsed by President Donald Trump, the CNBC All America Economic Survey found. The findings may allay concerns of centrist Democrats. No, this is not gonna...
I think there are some that are actually concerned, but I agree. I think the party just doesn't want to give up control.
Yeah. The poll indicates that even with a number of self-described Democratic Socialists on the ballot, Democrats will have the upper hand heading into November's midterm election, which is widely viewed as a referendum on Trump. So here's the reason why I wanted to bring this up, and you already mentioned it, is because there's this mentality where some of the Democrats genuinely believe that Democratic Socialists are unelectable and that they will lose to the Republicans. I think that's, I think it's hysteria, but I think there is a genuine fear that some have, even if it's silly.
Yeah.
But then I think by and large, most of the, the consultants, most of the think tank people, I think they don't care one way or another, or rather, they're actually fearful of a Zoran-style success taking shape, not in just like deep blue districts like yours, but also swing states, and like that's the reason why I think the real test here is going to be with Abdul Sayed and Francesca Hong. Not a test necessarily of their electability, because I do believe that they are, far better candidates than their establishment counterparts. But we will see how the Democratic Party reacts, hopefully after they win their primaries. Because I worry that there will be some forces within the party that will try to make sure that they lose that seat, like revoke support, not offer as many of the funding vehicles that exist for races like that. So that's a real concern that I have.
Yeah. No, I think it's a valid one. And I think it's what happens anytime power is threatened in any way. Which is why I love my state so much, because we went for Bernie twice, and our state party has always been very, and like we literally...
Well, Michigan's like that too, though.
That's the difference. Like state parties are different all across the country. The national party, I don't know, we'll see what happens on that front as well. But I think it's going to be really important for Abdul to win and this primary, but even more so for the general. Like, I think that will be... I'm not so concerned with the party's ability to like rig things if we can prove to voters who have, I think, a sincere concern that maybe Democratic Socialists can't win, or Democratic Socialist aligned candidates can't win. If we can prove that they can win and they can beat MAGA-esque type people.
And especially in, contentious seats, Wisconsin is considered a swing state. And so is Michigan, which I don't even think Michigan should be a swing state, but the only reason why Michigan was a swing state is because of establishment Democrats. But that's my theory that they would rather some would rather lose to Republicans than to disprove their ideology that that Democrats can actually defeat.
Yeah, but then those aren't serious people.
Yeah. All right. Well, on that positive note, may like Kyros, everybody. Is there anything, I don't know, is there anything you want to promote? No? I don't know, maybe? You got a general coming up?
I'll promote Donovan, Corey, and Justin. They're both coming up on some really important primaries. I was just out in Detroit with Donovan. I'm hoping to go down with Justin and Corey soon, too.
Hell yeah.
They have to win. They have
agree.
to. And anything we can do to phone bank, volunteer, just support them in whatever way that you can. I'm going to do anything that I can. They got to win.
So I was like, congrats on getting a job.
Thanks.
It's the long
I'm really
route.
excited. My first adult job in years.
Yeah. All right. May like Kyros, everybody. And last but not least, I am going to be live tomorrow at my regular time after I'm done, I have one like fireside chat style situation thing. And then I'm going to do my regular stream. And I will also live stream my speech from the College Democrats of America, the National Convention. And we'll have some wonderful, cool guests as well tomorrow that I'm working on. Maybe some DSA upcoming potential new mayor of DC and numerous others. So tune in for that. And that will be all, folks. Sorry, I'm doing a 5-hour and 30-minute stream today because I am, I started late and I'm, very hungry. Okay. All right. Bye.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hustle people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kyle place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo, still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this live stream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's BBS for you. Well, he'll pull your lungs real soon.